live stream, Frank, and everyone else. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning from Newcastle International Airport, and today we've got a few movements with Storm Isha, which is sweeping across the UK. I'm just finishing getting set up, folks. As you can see from the windsock, it's quite breezy. It's quite breezy this morning. We've got an EasyJet A320neo over there, which diverted in yesterday from I think it was Luton to Glasgow. Yeah, we've just had another EasyJet land here as well. I just need to finish getting set up, folks, but very good morning from Newcastle International Airport. It's lovely to have everyone on board. I can see there's a few of you just tuning in now. We were going to go live at about 10 o'clock, but I made it a bit earlier, so I should be able to catch the KLM and a few other landings. There's been a couple of cancellations this morning, so hopefully we managed to catch all the movements. Once again, folks, very, very good morning. I just need to quickly... And the Yorkshire Travels, good morning, mate. Yeah, not doing too bad, thanks. Hope you're keeping well too. Great to have you on the live stream. Let's have a look. We've got an EasyJet A320 or A319, I think it is, just about taxi. Stephen Marchant, good morning. Yeah, it's a little bit breezy. It's a little bit breezy, as you can probably tell by the cloud. If you look at that cloud up at the top there, it's quite breezy. Stephen Marchant, very, very good morning, mate. Lovely to have you on the stream. Great to have everyone here this morning. Someone's just asked for a wind check. I'm not sure who that was. And folks, if you know anyone who'd be interested in watching the live stream, feel free to share it with them. That would be very much appreciated. EasyJet is just taxiing over there. I've only been here a few minutes and already the amount of wind checks. At the moment, yeah, it's southwesterly, mate. Yeah, it's still very strong. I think it's more westerly to southwesterly. I think it was 270 degrees at something knots before. I'm not entirely sure. I need to check the METAR. So just to give you an update of what we have movements-wise coming in. Got a British Airways A319 Golf Delta Bravo Charlie Echo, which is coming in from London Heathrow. That EasyJet's just holding position there at the moment. There's an EasyJet over Leeds at the moment. I don't know if anyone's watching Flight Radar 24. There's an EasyJet over Leeds in a hold from Belfast City, so they seem to be having some difficulties. And then we've got a German Airways Embraer 190 Delta Alpha Charlie Juliet, which is inbound from Amsterdam. So all in all, we've got a few good movements. There's not masses of movements, don't get us wrong, folks. It's not going to be heaving all day. But yeah, it should be good. Ferry Hill Train Spotter, good morning, mate. How you doing? Great to have you on the live stream. So as I was saying, that EasyJet A320neo there in the background, that diverted in here yesterday. I think it was from Luton or Stansted. I think it might have been Stansted. So that's here on the ground anyhow. I think it's due to go out later on. We've got an extra EasyJet flight from Bristol coming in as well. It was due to come in last night at 8 o'clock, but that's been deferred until 2 o'clock this evening. That's despite the fact they operated an early morning one already. I was kind of hoping, to be honest, that they might have sent the A321 in, seeing as how yesterday's flight was cancelled. But yeah, booked on the Emirates in early May. Hey! Upper deck economy on the A380, that will be fantastic, mate. That'll be really, really good. It was Stansted Ferry Hill, thank you, mate. I haven't had a chance to get exact registrations off Flight Radar yet. I should have done it beforehand, but just didn't have time. Unfortunately, at the moment, Newcastle isn't able to accept all that many diversions between... Andrew, good morning, welcome to the live stream. Lovely to have you with us. Unfortunately, Newcastle isn't able to accept as many diversions as it usually would, simply because there's a NOTAM in place, a notice to all airmen, that the airport won't accept diversions between the hours of 10:30 in the evening and 5:45 in the morning. So whilst that's in place, unfortunately, there weren't any diversions between those times, and it was horrible watching Flight Radar 24 last night, because all of these aircraft were from Edinburgh and different places were unable to land. They were getting so far and then just diverting to Germany and all sorts of places, which is crazy, you know. And the winds were within limits here at Newcastle. All of our based flights landed without issue last night, but whilst that NOTAM's in place, we weren't able to accept many diversions at night time, which is a real shame. And Sam Thurlow, 99 mile an hour winds in Northumberland. Yeah, it was absolutely howling last night. Me and my wife live in the north of Northumberland, and I can honestly say it was blowing a gale last night. You know, it's the point when you hear your dustbin falling and lots and lots of debris being blown about outside. It's not great, but one of them things, part and parcel of the storms that we tend to get these days, unfortunately, or fortunately. If you like storms, great. If you don't, right, we've got the EasyJet. We're ready to go. U2 414. Thank you, mate. British Airways is just about to turn final. Just keeping an eye on that EasyJet down at Leeds, because he's not having much success at the moment. In fact, Leeds in general at the moment doesn't seem to be doing too well. Let's have a look. So this one is an EasyJet Airbus A320 Golf Echo Zulu Uniform Kilo, flight U268, heading to Belfast Aldergrove Airport. Last night Belfast was affected by Storm Isha quite badly. Lots and lots of diversions and go-arounds. I felt sorry for the passengers on one of the flights, because they left Manchester to go back to Dublin, tried to divert at Belfast, and then ended up in Germany, I think it was. Or was it back in... No, was it Liverpool? I think it might be in Liverpool, sorry. Right, here comes EasyJet. That's EasyJet to Belfast Airborne. The British Airways A319, the ex-British Midland International one, is just about to turn on final now, and we've got Jet2 Holidays livery 737, Golf Delta Romeo Tango Hotel, which is flying to Antalya. So that's just taxiing there. At the moment, the wind here in Newcastle is 2 260 degrees, 24 knots, gusting 34. So it's not too bad. It's only 10 degrees off the centre of the runway, so there's not a massive crosswind component, which is good, which makes it easier for any arrivals and so on. So German Airways is following in closely behind the British Airways. We've also got a Woodgate, I think, is it a Woodgate? Yeah, Woodgate Aviation King Air, Super King Air, coming in from Belfast, so that should be in around about half an hour. So yeah, we've got those few movements and then a few departures going as well, so that'll be nice. Right, that's the Jet 2, the Shannock's just clear for takeoff. Great to see all of you on the live stream this morning. Political bias, Mark, good morning mate, great to have you on the live stream. Sarah Jane, good morning from sunny Scarborough, good morning, welcome to the live stream. Hello from a sunny northeast at Newcastle International Airport, great to have you on board. Stuck on, been here an hour and a half. Oh, you're stuck on the M6, what a pain mate, what a pain. Carl Shield, good morning mate, from Dublin, great to have you on board. And George Monks, welcome as well. Great to have everyone on board. Right, next departure is this Jet 2 that's lined up on runway 25. We'll see if that EasyJet ends up here. I have a sneaky suspicion it may end up going to Manchester. On the other hand, Manchester does have a ton of diversions from yesterday, so we'll see what happens. Okay, Jet 2 to Antalya's rolling. Let's see how much runway they use. It's a nice strong wind, so probably not a normal long amount, we'll see. Quite a few aircraft parked up ready to get the day started. Like I say, we do have a couple of diversions on the ground, but they aren't scheduled to leave until later on. And next up is the British Airways. I'm just going to get a manual focus point because there's a little bit of cloud over on the coast, and whilst the sun's coming up at the moment, it's easier getting a manual focus point off one of these aircraft that are parked up. Golf Uniform Zulu Lima Mike. That's the EasyJet that's parked up there. Right, we'll pan over to the British Airways now. I'm sure most of you, looks like he's trying to gain at Leeds. Grand. I'm not sure what the wind is at Leeds at the moment, but we'll have a look in just a moment. Right, there's the British Airways, just on the approach. You'd hate to get diverted. I can honestly say I don't think I've ever been diverted apart from, it wasn't even a diversion, it was just a kicking off the flight. I was meant to fly from Kirkwall to Inverness to see my then girlfriend, and with Logan Air on their Saab 340. And I got booted off that flight and ended up in Aberdeen, but it wasn't a diversion, it was just, you know, a normal scheduled flight. I always tend to get very normal flights, if that makes sense. Most of the times when I fly, if there's a storm or anything, it always tends to be the day after or the day before I fly. Never tends to be on the day that I'm flying for some reason, but yeah. 25 knots at Leeds, Ferry Hill, thank you for that mate, cheers. That's the British Airways. See he's bouncing around a little bit. Nothing too bad. just as I say that. Looking forward to seeing this Embraer. And Pete Leeds, good morning, welcome to the live stream, great to have you with us. There goes the British Airways. Nicely done, very, very nicely done. That wind on the approach is actually a little bit, yeah, it's a little bit bumpy there. You can just see on the approach for runway 25. But yeah, looks like he's diverting toward Manchester. That's a shame. That's a shame. It'd be nicer if it diverted up here. Nicholas, good morning, mate. Great to have you on the live stream. How are you keeping? Hope you're well, mate. Well, that's the British Airways down very nicely. We've got the German Airways Embraer 190 in shortly, which will be operating, I should say, for KLM. And Lewis, good morning from Edinburgh. Lovely to have you on the live stream. And Debbie, good morning. Oh, is he rolling to the end? Ooh, he's rolling to the end. Woohoo! Always love it when they roll to the end. Happy days. So this is next British Midland International Airbus A319. Used to fly with BMI International before becoming part of the British Airways fleet. And the last time we were here, we got one of their A320s, which is sadly now gone to St Athan for scrapping. But here it is, Golf Delta Bravo Charlie Echo. Lovely little A319. Got a Jet 2 737-800, which is just pushing back now. You can see that there to the right of the British Airways. And we should have some more movements going soon. The EasyJet that landed a few minutes ago, that's just starting to board passengers now. 2 flights diverting from Leeds now. That's not great. Yeah, see the Ryanairs, the Ryanair from Dublin. Doesn't look like it's happening for him this morning. The Jet 2 that's just pushing back is heading to Tenerife. Also good news, folks, we've got a Singapore Airlines 777 from Frankfurt to JFK going over, and because this is one of the benefits of the storm, because most of the cloud is fast moving at the moment, we've got a nice little bit of blue sky, so we'll try and focus in on the Singapore Airlines in just a moment. That's going overhead from Frankfurt to New York's John F. Kennedy Airport. It's the British Airways just pulling in on the stand there. Yeah, it's one little bonus of the storm. Manchester and Liverpool got the Dublin diverts. They did, Carl, that's right. They got quite a few diversions yesterday. It's all the passengers over there just getting on board the EasyJet. See that rudder there in the wind, it's then we've got a TUI 737 over there in the background. I think it's one of our based Maxes. And then over here we've got Ryanair's 737, another EasyJet, and again, another EasyJet. Right, I'm just going to manual focus and we'll quickly have a look at this Singapore Airlines 777 that's going over. That'll be nice. Let's get a manual focus point. So let's have a look, let's point our heads to the skies and see where it is. There it is. Singapore Airlines 777. Try and get a better focus point on that if I can. There it is. Beautiful. Like I say, folks, you can track all of these movements on Flight Radar 24. I must say I was absolutely I was glued to it last night. It was so good. It's just gone out of focus a little bit there, folks. That's the Jet 2. You can see there's 209 of you tuned in at the moment. Very, very good morning to each and every one of you from the northeast, from Newcastle International Airport. Right, the German Airways Embraer 190, is just on final approach now. Andrew, do you know what? As far as weather goes, you're right, it's actually not a bad day. Apart from the wind. Right, just get a focus point on the Jet 2. You can hear the Singapore going over, Singapore Airlines, that's cool. Sorry if you got a notification and vibrating noise there, folks. I didn't have the phone on mute, so my apologies for that. It's the Jet 2 just taxiing out. The German Airways is just on final. Nicholas, did anything happen about the original tower getting bought by an investor? No, that never happened, mate. That never happened. So I think at the moment it's busy. They're busy deconstructing it or demolishing it, to put it nicely. But no, it hasn't. Nothing's happened with it, unfortunately. Janet, good morning, Janet. Welcome to the live stream. Great to have you with us. I hope you're keeping well. Going to try the other way it leads. Makes sense. Right, the Embraer 190 is just on final approach now. Do you know, I thought I put a pack of tissues in my pocket. And I think I've left them in my other jacket pocket, which is a pain. Okay, right, let's ignore the Jet 2 for a moment. Let's pan over to the German Airways. Here it comes. German Airways E190, Delta Alpha Charlie Juliet Juliet. Now, these are operating for KLM at the moment, as KLM are short of a few E-jets. So they're contracting in a lot of different airlines to operate for them, using their own low-cost subsidiary, Transavia. And the rumour has it that Eastern Airways will be operating for them over the summer as well. So yeah, right, here it comes. Very nice, very, very nice. That's the German Airways down. Go around again, oh dear, that's not good. That's not good. Like I say, it was crazy yesterday watching some of the diversions to different places. It was really crazy. For the EasyJet, got to divert now? Yeah, it's probably going to have to. Let's have a look. Very smart Embraer 190. Love the. It's a very simple livery, but it looks very nice. Well, hopefully we get one of those diversions at some point. Don't think the wind, when I checked, was forecast to be bad at Manchester and other places, so I think the Kia's meant to be the worst for most of the day, but see how it goes. Right, the Jet 2 is just lining up now. Jet 2 is lined up on runway 25, so just pan over. We just pan over to runway 25. Graham Thompson, good morning, Graham. Lovely to have you on the live stream. How are you doing, mate? Oh, the sunshine is well and truly with us this morning, despite the wind. Alright, it's the Jet 2 rolling. Jet 2 just departing, heading to somewhere. That Jet 2 is heading to Tenerife. Shanix 517 Golf Juliet Zulu Hotel Victor. That EasyJet is still in the hole. That leads. Whether we get it or not, I don't know. We'll see. Doesn't look like much disruption anywhere else on flight radar. Flight is the #1 tracked on flight radar. That's hilarious. Could be a few folk flying out today. Some canny damage to the house. Would you cancel your trip for a hole in the roof? Depends how big the hole is. You know, and no, it's yeah, there'll be some damage because of it. There's no doubt about that. No doubt about that at all. Audrey, good morning. Welcome to live stream. Great to have you with us. So just a little bit of break in the movements at the moment, folks. Unfortunately, a couple of this morning's movements have cancelled, and some are delayed as well. One of them, which is an Aer Lingus from Dublin, looks like that may not be arriving until this afternoon. The Emirates is actually due in a little bit earlier. The Emirates is due in near at 11 o'clock, so hopefully we'll get to see that soon. Watching from the mound in Dublin Airport. Oh, well, you should know what flight radar is. Oh dear. Oh mate. I saw a few of the videos from Dublin yesterday actually. It looked really good. It looked really good. So, did I read somewhere recently the old rumour of a second 777 service coming to an airport near me soon, or just the same old banter? Mark, it's... So we were meant... It was down, it was put into the system for a second daily flight into Newcastle, however that's never come to fruition. You know, there is a chance we may get it in the future, but not anytime soon, sadly. Yeah, I don't see it happening in 2024, put it that way. There's more likelihood at the moment, with the way things are going, of Edinburgh getting a second daily, getting an Emirates 777 flight again, because they already used to have one. There's more chance of them getting one than there is of Newcastle getting a second daily, sadly. But yeah, it's just one of them things. Pete Leeds, I think you've been here in Leeds, is now in Newcastle. Oh dear. Well, don't worry, we'll send it back. We'll send it back. It may not be empty, but we'll send it back. Right, I'm just going to zoom in on the Ryanair, and there's a business jet just over on the south side, which is just getting ready to taxi. So if you just let me pan down to the south side of the airport, we'll zoom in and see there's a Cessna Citation Golf. Which one is it? Golf? Oh no, sorry, it's German. Delta Charlie Sierra Charlie Alpha. So that Citation should be going shortly. He's got his beacon light on and everything, so looks like they're ready to go. And welcome to live stream. So I think the next arrival is going to be the Woodgate Aviation coming in from Belfast. So that should be coming in shortly, hopefully. DB, good morning from Edinburgh. Can't see too much damage. That's good, mate. That's good. When I was at work on Saturday night, the wind was really picking up, and I went to check all the bins and look them all for rubbish and everything, just to stop them from. Because one of the recycling ones, the lid had lifted up on it, and it was some of the bits were blowing out, so I had to quickly get them back, get them in the bin, and then lock the bin lids. But thankfully they've got good catches on them, so they should all be fine by the time I go back. Yeah, the BizJet should be going out in a few minutes in theory. The EasyJet to I think it's heading to Bristol. The EasyJet to Bristol should be departing very shortly. All passengers look to be on board and should be going shortly. That's the sound of the metro. Just in case you're wondering what that loud sound is, it's just the sound of the metro train in the background which runs between the airport and Newcastle town. And Farang, you think Emirates could fill a second 777 flight? To be honest with you, I think Emirates could do very well with it, but more on the cargo front than anything. Like I say, sadly, it's not going to happen anytime soon, sadly. The EasyJet to Bristol has just received his pushback clearance, so the EasyJet is going to be pushing back in just a moment. There's rumours Dublin is getting a third Emirates. I would not be surprised, Carl, if it wouldn't surprise me at all if Emirates started using an A380 to Dublin. They've got the numbers to justify it. Now Dublin also have the runway capable of using it. So yeah, and I think getting that Air China 747-800 into Dublin last week was you know, another good sign for the airport. That BizJet's just got his beacon light on, but he's not moving, so I wonder if they're just doing an engine run or something. I don't know. Right. Oh, the EasyJet's just had his pushback cancelled. Okay. There's a few business jets just down here on the south side. We've got Golf November Juliet Alpha Charlie. I think that's a 680 citation, 680 even. Megan, good morning, my love. Great to have you on the live stream. I hope you have a good morning, love. And DB, you had one Embraer from Stansted tried twice to land, then diverted to Newcastle. Oh, sorry, one EasyJet, yeah. KLM from Amsterdam landed first time. I was just saying to everyone earlier on in the live stream, it seems there's about 440 of you all tuned in this morning. Very good morning to each and every one of you. Great to have you on the live stream. Unfortunately, here at Newcastle, between the times of 10:30 at night, so 22:30 and 5:45 in the morning, the airport is unable to accept any diversions. Exact reasons why, I presume are due to staffing. I'm not entirely sure. That NOTAM on not accepting any diversion aircraft between those times is valid until March. So we accepted 3 diversions yesterday. One of which the EasyJet departed back to, it dropped the passengers off. It was flying Paris to Glasgow. It diverted here to Newcastle, and after it dropped the passengers here in Newcastle, they were then bussed up to Glasgow. The aircraft left here, the A320 left here, and flew back to Paris Charles de Gaulle. But yeah, unfortunately, as soon as 10:30 came, it was painful watching on Flight Radar 24 because there were so many aircraft trying to land at Edinburgh, and most of them ended up diverting to, you know, silly places in Europe like Germany and you know, Amsterdam, and it is, you know, it's crazy really, especially when all of our based flights, all our based Ryanair flights last night landed without any, you know, without any issues. We didn't, I don't think we had any diversions at all yesterday. And the wind was mostly within limits, the crosswind component. So, you know, and I understand staffing issues and all sorts, but in an era when we're talking about, you know, environmental concerns, fuel burn, reducing carbon footprint, you know, flying an aircraft of passengers from Dublin to Edinburgh only to divert them to Cologne is a little bit silly when you could divert 110 miles down the road, and it would be no problem normally. Anyway, that's my rant of this morning. Over. I'll say that. Tina, good morning from Sweden. Welcome to the live stream. Great to have you with us. EasyJet looks like he's getting diverted. That's a bit of a pain. Oh, the business jet, folks. The business jet is just taxiing now. Just pan down to the south side of the airport. The Cessna Citation is just taxiing there. Golf Delta. Why do I keep saying Golf? It's not a British registered citation. Delta Charlie Sierra Charlie Alpha. There it is. Simon Kirby, good morning, Simon. Great to have you on the live stream, mate. How are you doing? And Simon, good morning from Durham. Welcome to the stream. Monday morning rant. Yes, yeah, it is Monday as well, isn't it? Dear. One brand new A320 from Forteventura, failed time Edinburgh, then went tech and diverted to Manchester. There was a lot of diversions to Manchester yesterday. There was a lot. Also, the other thing that was interesting yesterday, at Dublin Airport, Dublin have the crossover runway, and there was only one aircraft I saw on flight radar that attempted an approach onto the crosswind runway. That's runway 16 and 34. It was an Aer Lingus from Lyon, and it had been in the hold and it had been flying for about 2.5 hours. See you soon, Carl. Take care of yourself, mate. Great to have you on the stream. And the EasyJet, sorry to interrupt folks, the EasyJet to Bristol is just taxiing now. But this Aer Lingus yesterday tried an approach on runway 1634, but one of the NOTAMs I saw was that runway was closed. And interestingly, they never used it for landings or takeoffs yesterday, so I presume it was... must have been completely out of limits, because usually they'll use that runway. But aye. And iFix, good morning from Chippenham in Wiltshire. Great to have you on the live stream. Hope you're keeping well. So the business jet, the Citation, is just backtracking and is going to depart runway 25 in just a moment. Meanwhile, we've got EasyJet's A320 to Bristol. I'm just going to quickly pan over here, get the 2-in-1. We've got two Neos. The one in the background diverted in here yesterday, and then that one, Golf Uniform Zulu Hotel X-Ray. That one is in from Bristol this morning. There we go. Yeah, 500 tuned in. It's great to have everyone on board this morning, Frank Travels. Thank you for pointing that out, mate. It's lovely to have each and every one of you tuned in with us. And excuse me, we've got a few good movements to come. We've also got the Emirates coming up at 11 o'clock. So if you've never seen the Emirates land here at Newcastle, it's pretty cool. It's the shortest runway that the Emirates 777 lands on in the UK. So that in itself is quite impressive, and something you might like to tune in for. Right, that's the business jet lined up. German Citation, it's them ready to go. We'll have an arrival very shortly from Belfast, a Super King Air, Woodgate, operated by Woodgate Aviation. They're usually used for patient transport or medevac flights. So we'll get that coming in very shortly. Right, that's the Citation rolling. Robert, good morning from Somerset. Welcome. Wow, he was up quick. Crumbs. I'm not sure how much runway that Citation just used, but it felt like absolutely no runway at all. Look at that wind. Dear me. You just see the wind catching his wings there. Yeah, it was just literally, it seemed like 2 seconds he was on the runway and then whoosh, straight in the sky. That was crazy. That was really cool. And Pete loved the variation. We do have a good bit of variation here, which is nice. We've got a nice mix of traffic. Unfortunately, we're in the winter season, so obviously, you know, when it's the winter season, you don't get as many movements as you normally would. But still, some nice ones to see when we get them. Tina, good morning. Welcome to the live stream. Lovely to have you with us. So, next plane, which is just taxiing to take off now, is EasyJet's A320 Neo Golf Uniform Zulu Hotel X-Ray. Now, this Neo was delivered to EasyJet back in March 2019, so it's a 4-year-old Neo, and it's operating flight U2238 to Bristol, scheduled to depart at 9:05, so it's only running about 8 minutes behind schedule, which is not too bad at all. That's them just, I think they've just been clear for takeoff. Meanwhile, we've got the Woodgate Aviation Super King Air. That has just turned on to final for runway 25, so we'll get that. Also got a couple of aircraft which we might see going overhead. We've got United Airlines, which will be going overhead. So that shouldn't be too long till it goes overhead. Bernie, good morning from sunny Spain. Oh, I'm envious. It'll be nice and warm there. Hope you're keeping well. U29 looks to be diverting to Nottingham. Ah, okay, Ferry Hill. Thanks for pointing that out, mate. That'll be going down East Midlands. And for the string on that kite. See how little runway this EasyJet needs. V1, rotate. Well, that was interesting. He's a little bit EasyJet away. Okay, our next movement is the Woodgate Aviation King Air. Excuse me, folks. Have a cup of tea once we get a little break in the movements. Mark Sanderson, thank you very much for that, mate. Appreciate it. It's very, very kind of you. Very, very kind. Pilots are certainly earning their money today, Audrey. They are indeed. They certainly are. I saw some really nice videos last night. There was a couple of passengers. I think one got diverted to Gatwick. They were meant to be flying to London City, and they posted a video, and literally everybody on the aeroplane, on the Embraer 190, clapped when they landed in Gatwick. It was really nice. You could just see the plane bouncing around on the approach, and the pilots were amazing. But pilots, cabin crew, ground handlers, dispatchers, operations, everyone does an amazing job to keep everything going, especially when the conditions are like this. Your Aviation, thank you very much, really appreciate that. Watching on your laptop whilst working. Great to have you on board with us. And Andrew, good morning from Stoke-on-Trent. Welcome to the live stream. Lovely to have you with us. So here comes the King Air. At the moment, doesn't seem to be causing them too much grief. And Jamie, good morning. Watching from Virgin Airlines VA 1641. Ah, very nice, very nice. Great to have you with us. Hope you're keeping well. King Air just coming in now. Oh, go on. That's it. Beautiful. Beautiful. Nicely done. The pilots of Woodgate Aviation are amazing. Some of the times that they fly to transport patients, they'll get calls to transport people for operations or ones who need taken back home if they've been away. And honestly, they fly in such bad weather conditions at times just to transport people and get them home safely or to hospital. They do a fantastic job. They do a really, really good job. Person I know, I forget if it was his daughter or son who was ill, and they needed urgent transport down to London, and these guys were contracted and flew them down, and they had their operation. It all went successfully, and then they were brought back up to the northeast to recover. It was a specialist thing that they needed down in London. So yeah, it's amazing the job that they do. It really is. Good morning from a frigid Chicago. It's now minus 22. Oh, that's freezing, mate. I can honestly say it's not that cold here. To be honest with you, as far as cold, windy days go, today is probably one of the mildest days when I've been filming and live streaming. Honestly, it's not. I'm not going to complain. It's not that bad. There's been times when the air temperature's been 0, and then with the wind, you know, say the wind's been gusting to 40 or gusting to 50, you know, that's been really challenging. Whereas today, because the air temperature's about 6 to 8 degrees, with the wind chill, it's feel like temperature's about 0 to -1, so it's not actually too bad. Great to have everyone on this morning. I've said it once, I've said it 100 times. Lovely to have you all with us. There will be a small break in arrivals, simply because a couple of them were cancelled and a couple of them are delayed until, I think one of them's delayed until this afternoon. We do have the Emirates 777, which is in at 11 o'clock, and hopefully we'll have a few more before then as well. I think we should be in Air France at some point as well. That's the King Air just getting marshalled onto stand. John, good morning. Total respect to these pilots when doing your PPL at Teesside. Once landed a Tomahawk in an 18-knot crosswind. Nice. Yeah, it's quite challenging. Very challenging conditions. And new sub, thank you very much. Lowlander, good morning. And Euro Aviation, really appreciate that, mate. Thank you very much. Right, you can hear overhead, we've just had, I don't know if I can zoom in on time. Can I get it before it goes in the cloud? Can I? Yes. No. Yes, there it is. United Airlines just going over. Ah, just missed it. Just missed it. I'm not sure where it was going over to. Have a look on flight radar. Right, pan over to the apron. So the Ryanair is, the front doors open. Looks like the passengers are about to get boarded soon. Peter, good evening from a hot New South Wales, Australia. 38 degrees. Oh, I'm jealous, mate. I'm jealous. Could you send some of that heat and warmth up here to the northeast of the UK, please? That'd be marvellous. Great to have you on the live stream. Bring your hedge trimmer, Jan. Yes. I'm still confused because they cut the hedge. So they cut the majority of the hedge about 2 months ago. And despite that, they still didn't cut it properly. So in my spare time I do window cleaning and gardening every, say, couple of days a month. And even by my standards, it's like, why have you not cut the hedge properly? It's very strange. They've cut the side nearest the runway, where the fence is, and they've cut this side on the main road, and yet the bit in the middle, I'll show you what I mean. This side he has cut, the side on the nearest the airport fence is cut, but they've just left the bit in the middle. It's like, oh dear. It's oh dear. Terrible. Looks like the crew are just doing a walk around on the 737. Which is brilliant. The EasyJet safely landed at East Midlands Ferry Hill. Thank you, mate. Thank you. You're into lurker mode. Got to do some work. Your aviation. Well, it's lovely to have you still there, mate. Hope work goes well. United going to Chicago. John Doherty. Thank you very much for that, mate. Can Autoland perform crabbing? Mark Sanderson. The Autoland capabilities of each aircraft do allow for a certain amount of crosswind, but each one is slightly different. It depends on the crosswind and also the gusts and so on. But yeah, we were landing at East Midlands, and the visibility was pretty much zero, and the wind was gusting about. I'm sure it was gusting at about 22 or 24 knots, and that was an Autoland approach. Embraer 145 right above. Thank you for that, Nicholas. I cannot see it, unfortunately, mate. If I can see the contrail, I'll pan up to it, but I cannot see it. Richard, really enjoying. Thank you very much, mate. I'm hopeful we'll have some more activity to come very soon. Like I say, we've just got a little lull in movements at the moment. We will have a British Airways departing to London Heathrow very soon, and a few other movements. Let me just double check the departures list. Oh yeah, I just seen that. Birmingham to Aberdeen. Unfortunately, missed that. So we've got the KLM, or I should say the German Airways Embraer 190. That's going to be departing any minute now, so it'll be in the next 5 to 10 minutes. British Airways A319 is going at 9:45. Anyone who hasn't departed? No. Ryanair Dublin's cancelled. Loganair Stavanger should have been at 10:15. That's been delayed till 11:05. But 10:25 departure in an hour's time to Funchal. Then TUI 737 MAX at 10:15 going to Hurghada in Egypt. 10:25. Ryanair to Alicante. I'm presuming they're getting that Ryanair there in front of us ready to go Alicante. Which one is it? Echo India, Echo Kilo Yankee. Yes, it is. It's that one. So that's due to go in an hour to Alicante, but the crew are already there getting it set up. Then we've got another British Airways going out at 10:45. So yeah, we've got some good movements coming. Loganair from Southampton must be delayed. It was due in at 9:40, and it's not shown on Flight Radar 24. That's not ideal. And Air France coming in from Paris, that's estimated at 10:31, so an hour and 5 minutes. And then we've got the Emirates, which is due in at 11:09. So I've got those. There is an Aer Lingus ATR due in, but I reckon that's going to be delayed. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. Meantime, all we could hope for is maybe a few diversions, but it looks like everything's operating normally in most places at the moment, so that's good. Let's have a look, see what we've got down there. There's nothing that stands out. Pete, Leeds, how often do you get to Leeds, if at all? I have been to Leeds. I haven't done anything from Leeds since, it'll be about seven years. I think 2017, 2018 was the last time I was down at Leeds. But yeah, I'll have to get down to Leeds again one day, actually. It's a great airport. It's really, really good. Mark Sanderson must have been bait time when they got that bit of edge. You're right there, mate. You're right there. Andrew, thank you very much, Andrew, for that. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you, mate. like I say, it's a shame that, you know, that we don't have that many movements, but it's just one of them things. It's the EasyJet parked up over there. Our diverted EasyJet, the windsock. See, the wind is still gusting at the moment. MIDK, hello, welcome to the live stream. How often do you do streams? It really depends. So this live stream's my first live stream of 2024. So just had a lot going on the last few weeks, and yeah, it all depends really. It depends on the movement, depends on the weather. So yeah, I do it as often as I can really. Yeah, a few times a month, sometimes it more or less, just depends on what we've got. Drove past the airport yesterday, noticed the top of the old control tower's been removed. Mark, I've just seen that there this morning. It's a shame it's been deconstructed, but I hope they build something nice there, you know, a nice terminal extension or something. That'd be nice. This time in 5 weeks you'll be taken off from Newcastle, heading to Benidorm. Nice one. That'll be very nice, mate. John Glider, what's your all-time favourite aircraft, military or civilian? Yours is the English Electric Lightning. Your friend had 3,000 hours on them. Nice one. All-time favourite aircraft, that's that's a hard one, John. I've got so many favourite aircraft, but in terms of this is going to sound really boring. But I do love the Boeing 737 family. I love the 737-800, 300, 400, the classic series, the NG series, the MAX. I do love the Boeing 737. We all know it's got a lot of problems at the moment with the MAX 9, which Boeing are having to deal with. But overall, I do love the 737. It's still a very hands-on aircraft. It's something that you can work with. Military aircraft, I'd probably have to say, probably the Harrier GR7, Harrier GR9. When the RAF used to have them, it was a really impressive aircraft. But, I've got so many favourite aircraft, it's hard to actually nail it down to just one. Yeah, great question. Really, really good question. So yeah, that EasyJet that you can see straight ahead of you there, folks, that diverted in yesterday from Glasgow. And I think it's meant to be going out at about 1 or 2 o'clock later on today, so we might see it, we might not. We'll just play it by ear and see how things go. And we've got another one, Golf Echo Zulu Foxtrot Romeo, that diverted in yesterday as well. So walk around just being completed. Ryanair overhead to Edinburgh. Unfortunately, we've got a little bit more cloud cover, so it's a bit more tricky to see overheads at the moment, unfortunately. Hopefully it clears up, but at the moment it's not ideal. We may have another business jet departing, folks. I can see one getting loaded up at the moment, so hopefully we'll get that. Will, how's the weather up here? The weather at the moment, to be honest, the wind has calmed down ever so slightly. However, the clouds are still moving very quickly. If I just zoom out here, you get some idea of the cloud movement just looking at that. So yeah, it's still very windy, but there were more gusts earlier on this morning. Unfortunately, the next movement isn't due for a little while, so we'll catch a couple of departures before then. But the KLM Embraer German Airways, I should say, the German Airways Embraer 190 will be going very shortly. Favourite airline was the Boeing 727. Very nice, very, very nice. Jody, good morning. Hang on to your hat. I am going to need to, mate. Even just walking along here this morning, I half had my hand on my hat and just walking along. But hey dear. 1968. Good morning, mate. Welcome to the live stream. Lovely to have you with us. Hope you're keeping well. And Bunnage Travels. Good morning. Welcome to the live stream. Hope you're keeping well. Boise, your two favourite would be the 747 and the Vulcan. Nice one. Nice one. Oh, I tell you what, that's one aircraft I do miss. I managed to get some footage of it flying in 2015 before it was finally withdrawn. And it was doing a performance for the Scottish International Air Show at Prestwick. So everyone else had gone down to the promenade to watch the display. We decided to go to the airport to watch it land. And when it came back in to land at Prestwick, it encountered a nose gear issue. So it was a full-scale emergency fire service response, and you could actually see the nose wheel wasn't fully extended. So if you type in on YouTube, if you type in Vulcan emergency at Prestwick Airport, the video is on YouTube and you can see it there. It's also that same video in 2015 that I filmed has also featured on the last flight of the Vulcan with Guy Martin. That was on Channel 4 in I think it was 2016 or 2017. But yeah, it was really nice to see. Amazing aircraft. Amazing aircraft. Embraer 190, the love of food, Nicholas. Nice one, mate. Can't beat a good old Typhoon in a 190. Jamie S, thank you so much, Jamie. That's very kind of you, mate. You were Planespotting at Brisbane yesterday with Julia flights. Very nice, mate. Very nice. I hope you had a lovely time. I hope it was a bit warmer than here. But thank you so much for that kind donation, Jamie. Really appreciate that, mate. Thank you so much. And Jill Rogers, good morning. Welcome to the live stream. Lowlander, you were at Prestwick that day to see the Vulcan. Nice one. We went across and honestly it was amazing because we had the fly past and at Alnwick Castle, but unfortunately the crew were a little bit further east than was originally planned. Excuse me. So I didn't get as good a video of it as I hoped to, but what an amazing aircraft. You could see it coming in the distance and then all of a sudden it was, you know, it was right there on top of you. The sound of it was amazing. But yeah. Peter Duffy, favourite aircraft, 767 and the F-111. Oh, the F-111 was a classic. That swing wing design. Interestingly, I think it was the F-111s as well that the Royal Australian Air Force used, wasn't it? They used to have the US Air Force ones based down in the south of the UK. But, yeah, great choice. And the Boeing 767, a classic. You can't beat the 767. Can't beat it at all. 20 knots, gusting 43. Nice. Very nice. You can see in the... oh, actually, here's something everyone might find interesting. For all of our regular viewers who tune into the live streams when I do them, everyone might find this interesting. So we have a cargo flight from Newcastle Airport. You can see it just in the distance there, the the light blue and the dark blue tail just behind the 2E737 there. That's a ASL Airlines 737 cargo. So we have scheduled flights by ASL Airlines which operate on behalf of FedEx, and we've had them now for a good couple of years, but unfortunately apparently those flights are coming to an end from next month. So from next month we won't have any cargo flights apparently, which is a big shame. We used to have a whole load of cargo flights operated by Jet2, and these were mainly operated for the Royal Mail. But yeah, in terms of actual, you know, just run-of-the-mill cargo flights. That is the only one we have, the FedEx one, which is 5 times a week, Monday to Friday. And yeah, it seems like from next month we are going to lose it, which is a big shame. You can see the cabin crew are just getting on board the Ryanair 737-800 there, which is brilliant. German Airways E190 will be going very shortly. And we've also got the British Airways, which will be going out soon as well. Yes, watch that press strike video. Oh, the Vulcans were amazing. The Vulcans were amazing. This sound and the power of them on takeoff, just that howl as well from the engines was absolutely incredible. Totally agree, Lowlander. Totally agree. It's really, really cool. And John, did you know that the Vulcan at Sunderland had one of its engines running a few years ago? Never been started since its arrival in 1982. Nice one. It is risky, I suppose, but I mean the thing is, these engine runs, they can't be done, you know, on spur of the moment. There's a lot of preparation and planning that goes into them. But yeah, it was. It's an interesting one. I haven't seen that video. I'll have to have a look at that. It's really cool. I've been inside the Vulcan at excuse me, at Coventry. They've got one down at Coventry, and also one at Carlisle as well, which was really cool. Talking Vulcan, squadron leader Neil last week passed away. He was a Falklands pilot who flew XL319, our Vulcan into Sunderland. Oh, that's interesting, Nicholas. The one we have at Nelsam. That's really interesting. Thank you for that. That's a real shame as well. I watched the whole all the videos and everything on the mission Operation Black Book to get down to down there via Ascension. It was an amazing bit of engineering to get all of the Victors down there and get them all refueling, and the one that diverted to Brazil and everything. It was really interesting. And Heather, good morning, welcome to the live stream. Great to have you on board. Right folks, whilst there is a gap in the movements, I'm going to have a quick cup of tea because in case you can't tell, I've got a bit of a bad throat. So yeah, I'm just going to have a quick cup of tea, and should improve things drastically, hopefully. We're just waiting for the Embraer one. I haven't heard it call up or anything yet, but we'll see it very shortly, hopefully. Well, I think that might be him just calling up now. I think that might be the Embraer. Cup of tea is underway. Book on the Vulcan, the story of its use in Falklands. Yeah, it's had an amazing history, really amazing history. I always look at other aircraft of the same era and compare them. You know, you've got the Boeing B-52, and you know, you compare the Vulcan and the B-52, and you know, they're just engineering wise just totally different aircraft. And the Vulcan was so many years, the Victor as well, was so many years ahead of its time. It's really impressive. It was at Wingate. Oh right, interesting. Mike, a very good morning. Welcome to the live stream. Great to have you with us, Mike. And all 730 of you who are tuned in this morning. Good morning from the northeast. We're just waiting for a couple of departures. We've got British Airways and German Airways Embraer 190. They're scheduled to go very shortly. And yeah, it shouldn't be too long till our next few moves. KLM has just been on the scan at air traffic control, so hopefully they shouldn't be going. Best sounder in the world is a Spitfire, Peter. It's equally the Spitfire, the sound of that Merlin engine is absolutely amazing. It really is. Right, I can hear an engine starting, or an engine started. The jet bridge is still connected to that British Airways, so I don't think it's that one. Thomas Graham, would anyone here know what's up with the normal feed from Heathrow? It's typically been up by... Not entirely sure, mate, not entirely sure. I'm not sure what the wind is doing at Heathrow either, so whether or not that'll be any reason why no one's streaming from there. But usually you've got at least one or two from down there, so I'm not entirely sure, mate, sorry. Still no sign yet of the Embraer. Yes, it's to do with the air intakes, I believe. I'm sure one of the ones at Carlisle was saying that, just with it being so elevated in the position of it in relation to the... Oh, I think KLM's ready for taxi. KLM's just called up ready to taxi. Oh no, that's push and start approved, sorry. So he's on stand 1-1 and he's just been clear for push and start. So the KLM will be going in a moment. Oh man, you can't beat a cup of tea. Kevin, best sound in the world is the C-130 picking you up after months on active operations. Do you know that's yeah, I can quite believe that. I can quite believe that. Especially when all you want to do is come home. Oh dear. So the KLM is pushing back. I think it's... I think that one might be the tail of it. I'm entirely sure. Heathrow's 14 knots, right? So it's not actually that. It's not that strong. Yeah, that could well be the reason. Sometimes if the wind isn't that bad, they'll yeah, they'll just leave it. thing is, yesterday the wind was far stronger at Heathrow, so it was worth live streaming for. Whereas today it's a lot lower. I noticed at Manchester as well. Manchester didn't get the wind as badly as we did here either. So it just really depends where you are. And whilst we've got the wind up here, we don't have the number of movements right now, but hopefully in an hour, well, less than an hour, half an hour or so, we'll get some more activity. So now a quick look on flight radar, see what we've got. So yeah, KLM is pinging on flight radar, the German Airways. KLM just passing to the everything seems to be operating normally. Manchester at the moment 240 degrees, 18 knots, so again wind is pretty much straight down the runway. Not a great bit of disruption there. Just seeing if the Southampton flight. Alright, so just a quick update for everyone. The Logan Air from Southampton was due to arrive at 9:40. It's delayed, and it is now due to arrive at 10:31. At the same time, we've also got a Dragonfly Executive Super King Air that's due around the same time. Registered Golf Mike Echo Golf November G Megan. And then at the same time we've got Air France's Embraer 170 coming in from Paris Charles de Gaulle. So we've got about 3 movements coming around the same time, and then after that we'll have the Emirates landing. We may have an Aer Lingus coming in from Dublin then as well, but apparently their ATRs are delayed at the moment, so we'll wait and see on that. Let me just double check, because I'm not sure if that ATR is... Alright, it's currently en route from Edinburgh to Dublin. Dublin flight... Dublin Newcastle is showing delayed till 1:30. So that's a big shame if that's the case. Yeah, so Dublin is showing as later on at the moment, which is a pity. Right, the German Airways Embraer 190, that's the tail of it over there. You can see the top of the tail just protruding over the terminal, with the rest of the title not visible. Prestwick's only 23 knots, Gary. Oh, nothing, mate. It's nothing. Pulled off. So, first departure is going to be the German Airways. 700 people watching Frank. Yeah, it's great to have every single one of you. And again, if this is your first time watching content from the northeast, from Newcastle International Airport, please feel free to stay tuned for the rest of the day. We do have an Emirates 777 due in, and it is the shortest runway in the UK that the Boeing 777 lands on a scheduled basis. So be sure to stay tuned for that. That'll be landing at about 11:10, so in a little under an hour and 20 minutes. British Airways A320 there has just, sorry, A319 has just pushed back. Apologies. So that's just about ready to go as well. So 2 departures coming up. Yes, very heavy about BA as well. John, you've got a dash. No worries, mate. Oh, lots of rail waiting list. Oh, model rail waiting list. That'll be fun. Lovely to have you on the live stream, John. I hope you have a lovely Monday, mate. Take care of yourself. Right, German Airways is taxiing. That's the E190 just taxiing there. Someone just stood there at the window waiting for their flight. And British Airways A319 is just getting its engines started. There we go, that's the German Airways. And Jay McHugh, good morning from Newcastle International Airport. Good morning from Dublin. Lovely to have you on the live stream, mate. Hope you're having a lovely day. German Airways just taxiing past the Newcastle Airport control tower. Just an interesting point. I can see there's 700 of you watching, so you might find this interesting. Emirates as an airline is heavily invested here in the northeast at Newcastle International Airport, and this tower was all part of the funding. And as you can see, it bears the Emirates logo on the Newcastle Airport control tower. So that's been up there since that was constructed, what, 2007, 2008. And the airport is obviously being well looked after by Emirates, which is quite nice. Just a little fact you might find interesting: the Emirates control tower here at Newcastle International Airport. Aviation MB 500, first time watching your stream. Good morning from Leeds. Good morning. Welcome to the live stream. Great to have you with us. Right, German Airways is just taxiing down to runway 25 there, so he's just got a little bit of taxiway to use. We'll pan over to the British Airways, the ex-BMI International A319. Delta Bravo Charlie Echo. And as I mentioned at the start of the stream when this bird came in, the last time we were live, which was on I think it was December the 27th, it was a couple of days after Christmas Day last year, we had an ex-BMI International A320 come in that was operating for British Airways. Well, it is a British Airways aircraft, it's still got its old BMI registration, but unfortunately that aircraft has now since been sent to the scrapyard. So it's yeah, it's a bit of a shame. That's the British Airways just taxiing there. Ferry Hill, yes mate, just 1 second till the British Airways is heading along. We'll pan over to the air traffic control tower just once these two movements have gone. And we'll have a look at that when we get a quiet spell. So Aviation MB, it arrives and departs exactly the same time every day. Arrives at about 11:15 and departs at about 1 o'clock. An hour and 45 minutes turnaround, so you can get it in the morning and then departing just after lunchtime. One from Vienna. Good morning. Welcome to the live stream. Lovely to have you with us. See, there's 815 of you all tuned in this morning. Lovely to have each and every one of you on board. I hope you're all keeping very well. So we've got the British Airways taxiing along the runway 25, and at the same time we've got the German Airways Embraer 190 just holding short of runway 25. So it'll be going in just a moment. Nicholas, thank you very much for that, mate. That's very, very kind of you. And to all of our dear channel members and each and every one of you subscribers, I really, really appreciate everyone's support. Thank you all very, very much. That's the British Airways nearly at the end of the, well, halfway down the taxiway, I should say. The German Airways, the Embraer 190, is, yep, he's just lining up now. You can see that windsock. You look in the distance and see that windsock is gusting about quite a lot. So wind is still very strong. And Neil, welcome to the live stream. Hello from Marlborough in Wiltshire. Welcome to the live stream. Great to have you with us. Mark Sanderson, what did you replace? What did you replace your trusty rover with? I replaced it, mate, back in 2020. Just when it was just the start of the summer of 2020, I replaced it with a Skoda Octavia, and yeah, unfortunately, that was the end of the road for the Rover. But it was a good car. You know, it lasted me a lot of years. I got a lot of good miles out of it. It was really good. Conrad, thank you so much for your kind donation. That's very, very kind of you, Conrad. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Right, here goes the German Airways Embraer 190 rolling down runway 25. Up and away. The German Airways up. Next up we have British Airways A319 Golf Delta Bravo Charlie Echo. Mark Sanderson, yeah, it's 4 years ago. Yeah, it's 4 years ago since I replaced it. Do you know, it was quite sad because over I think it was last summer at work, a customer came in their Rover 75. It was the same model I had, the Connoisseur Special Edition one, and I must admit I had a little bit of envy. It was just like, oh, I miss my old car. But yeah, 4 years ago, mate. 4 years ago. Michael Ray, thanks for the feed. Your uncle was in ATC many years before the new tower was even thought about. Nice one. It's nice to have you on the live stream, mate. I've got a very dear friend of mine who he's sadly passed away now, but he lived up near us in Northumberland, and he worked on the technical side. He did all the major bits of maintenance for the air traffic control tower before the new one was open, and then once the new air traffic control tower was opened, he got an invitation from the airport to well, on its opening day, so he was there on the day of its opening, and he got the tour and everything. But yeah, it's the new control tower. I've been up it. I've filmed from the top of the control tower here at Newcastle, and it's fantastic. It's a really, really amazing place. Nicholas, a wife. I mean, you know, you're actually not far from the truth, mate. You're not too far from the truth, mate. Neil, on to your second Octavia. Great cars, they are fantastic, mate. You know, I've never had any issues. Really good engines, very economical, and good reliable cars. Right, here goes the British Airways. He's up early. Oh, that's nice and smooth. Very, very nice. So British Airways up and away. Cribbins, we've got 1,000 viewers at the moment. Dear me, good morning to each and every one of you. It's lovely to have you on the live stream. Lovely to have each and every one of you on board. Ferry Hill train spotter, there you go mate. There's a view of the tower. The top of it has been removed. So the main part of the control tower, the glass bit at the top, that's all been removed. And they've got scaffolding, and I think the idea is they're just going to gradually demolish it bit by bit, unfortunately, but yeah. And Conrad, again, thank you very much for your kindness before. Aviation MB, what camera do you use? I use a Panasonic HC VXF 990, so you can film in 4K with this camcorder, and it's very, very good. MIDK, next one's Air France from Paris in 25 minutes. Thank you very much, mate. Cheers, mate. Megan Cheek. Oh, I'm pleased you're still there, love. I wasn't, when Nicholas just posted that, I was like, I wonder if she's still tuned in or not. I love you, really. And you know I'd replace my car any day of the week, if it, you know. I'm saying that I'd replace it anyway. The view from the new tower's incredible. Got to go as part of Train for Dispatch back in 2017. Nice one, Michael. Nice one. Yeah, it's a brilliant place. I was really really fortunate because one of the lads who used to work up there got a few of us up there, and oh, it was brilliant. Whilst I was up at the top of the air traffic control tower, we had an RAF Hercules came in and did some low approach and go rounds, and I think was it the approach controller? He said, "Oh, we've got some special visitors in the air traffic control tower." And on his second approach, the Hercules, as he was going past, he did a wing wave whilst we were up at the top of the control tower. So it was really cool, and we got the Emirates landing, and oh, it was fantastic. It was really, really fantastic. Yeah, Mark, I'm in trouble later. Oh, Nicholas, yeah, the video on yeah, that was a really, oh, that was gutting. That was absolutely gutting. So basically, for any of you who don't know what Nicholas is on about, the day after my cousin's wedding, and I'd driven them back home on the night of on their wedding night. I had the car all nicely polished, you know, British racing green. It was shining in the sun. It was beautiful. It was really, really nice. The following day, I was coming down to Newcastle, and whilst I went to go past a tractor that was doing 20 miles an hour, one of the vehicles was let's just say a van driver from another country, and he didn't check his mirrors, and whilst alongside, and he turned right into the side of me as I was alongside, and slammed into the side of my car, pushed us on the verge, and yeah, that was it. So I ended up with a massive repair bill, and as the insurance details proved faulty, well, fraudulent. So it was a bit of a pain, so I managed to source all the parts from across the UK, managed to get a wing from Manchester and door from Leeds and different places, and managed to get it all put back together again. But yeah, that was fun. That was fun. Yeah, no worries, Ferry Hill, no worries. Listening from your desk, oh dear. I'd better be careful what I say then. Bernie, but thank you very much for that. Really, really appreciate that. And to everyone who's tuned in, I mean, you know, it's can't thank you all enough for your kind support on the live stream. Really means a lot. Gareth, hello from Brisbane, Australia. Good morning. Welcome to the live stream. Lovely to have you on board with us. Oh, Michael, yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It is a small airfield when you put it in the context. But you know what? It's nice for plane spotting. Some airports you go to and you get really good landing and takeoff shots, or you get really good you know, really good views of planes pushing back or whatever. But Newcastle, it's nice because you get a little bit of everything. Everything's quite close by. So even now, you know, we're watching this this Ryanair, which is going to Alicante, Echo India, Echo Kilo Yankee, and you're close enough that you can see all of the passengers that are getting on board. You can watch everything that's going on, but you know, at the same time, it's just, it's nice. It's nice. That'd be good, Nick. That'd be good. We'll have to arrange that one day. We'll have to get it into the hectic schedule that we both seem to have. Excuse me. Rookie Scott, at least it's not raining. You're absolutely right. There's nothing worse when you're boarding and it ends up, you know, lashing it down with rain. There's nothing worse. It's a real pain. Saying that, I did it. Me and my dad did it in Oslo a few years ago in the snow. That was interesting. But we got quite, we were quite fortunate because when we landed there, we landed in Oslo Gardermoen from London Stansted, and yeah, we got a jet bridge at Oslo Gardermoen Airport, which was like unheard of. It was crazy. If you look on Flight Radar 24, folks, we've got a group of 3 aircraft all together over Leeds, which are all bound here for Newcastle. So we've got the Air France, which is just north of Harrogate. We've got the Dragonfly Executive Super King Air, that's over Leeds right now. And then just following closely behind is the Loganair Embraer 145. It's just over Wakefield, coming in from Southampton. So we've got that group of aircraft coming in, and yeah, hopefully we'll get to see those very shortly. Let's have a look on the departures front. So departing very soon, we're going to have a Jet 2 going to Madeira, to Funchal. So if Madeira Planespotting, our good friend Pedro, if he's live streaming, you'll see it landing later on in Madeira. Great guy, Pedro, Madeira Planespotting. For those of you who watched his live streams, really lovely individual. Managed to do some plane spotting with him last year over a couple of days, and yeah, very down to earth, canny individual. We've got we've got a Learjet 45 departing at 10:30, and yeah, a few other bits and bobs. So it should be, we should have a good series of departures going out in the next 20 minutes. That'll be good. And J. Elm, buenos dias from Tenerife. Welcome to the live stream. Great to have you with us. Rain in Newcastle, surely some mistake. Oh dear. Hey, it's not raining now. Don't speak too soon, because I might end up with a shower of rain. And you know what? I've just forgotten. I meant to bring my umbrella before, and I've totally forgot to bring it. And the clouds are looking a bit darker, so if I get wet, it's my own stupid fault. Oh, Jet 2's just getting push and start. Yeah, Jet 2's just called up for push and start. Brilliant. Mark Sanderson, you've never flown Ryanair yet. Not sure how I keep avoiding them. Dear me, mate. Dear me. The last flight that I went on with them, which was when me and my dear wife came back from Malta. We flew Malta to East Midlands. That was end of November, beginning of December. That was my 103rd or 104th flight with, no, 106th flight with Ryanair. So yeah, that's since 2015, so that's 9 years ago. And prior to 2015, I refused to fly with them. So that shows you how things have changed. Andy, hello from Mars. Hello from hello from Newcastle. Not sure what to say to that. Andy, hello from Virginia, USA. You'll be flying into Newcastle in a few weeks. Nice one. Oh, you're right there. It's so easy. You can just hop onto the metro and you're straight in the city. It's brilliant. It's really, really good. Bus, first time watching from North Wales. Welcome to the live stream. Lovely to have you with us. Lovely to have you on board. Extremely cold, Wayne. Oh, very good, Andy. Very, very good. I think you might need more than that to keep the cold out. Jamie, you've got to apologise. Oh dear. That'll start your descent in New Virgin Australia, VA 1641. I hope you've had a good flight, mate. Hope you've had a good flight. Phil Mills looked at Pedro a little while ago, can confirm his weather is far better than ours. Oh, you're not wrong there, Phil. It's 10 times better. Even the worst day of weather in Madeira. So the week we went there on our honeymoon last year, the worst day, everyone was saying, "Oh, it's terrible. It's just like the UK and da 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 da." And I was laughing because I was like, this is lovely. You know, it's lovely and mild. It's not cold. The problem here is we get, especially in the northeast, we get a lot of the damp weather. You know, as soon as you get an area of low pressure coming in off the Atlantic, it's just really, really damp. Last week when we had that cold air coming in from the Arctic, that was one of the best weeks. You know, it was nice. It was cold, but at least the air was clear. It was dry, which was nice. Doug the Toon, good morning, mate. Hi, it's a wee bit windy today. That's the sound of the metro you can hear in the background, folks, just in case you're wondering what the noise is. We've got a Jet 2 that's just pushed back now, so they'll be going very shortly. Just need to quickly pick a couple things up, folks. Just had a little shower of rain, folks, so I've just gone into panic mode. Sorry. It's just started spitting on a little bit, and there are meant to be showers of rain today, so I'm just very, very aware of them. Becca, Louise, hello from Durham. Welcome to the live stream. Chris Peacock watching in Newton Aycliffe. Lovely to have you on board. And Adam Kavani from Inverness. Welcome to the live stream. Lovely to have you all on board. And Doug, you're having a garden sale tomorrow. You got 3 trampolines, 6 patio chairs and 4 fence panels. New stuff arriving all the time. That's brilliant, mate. That's brilliant. I think this morning it was about, I think there was two blue bins. Oh, actually, sorry, just before I go on this thread, if my wife's listening, I'll just tell her now. We weren't going to put the blue bin out last night because of the wind, but just as I was leaving to come to the airport this morning, the bin men were on the other side of the road, so I was very good. I didn't drive past, I stopped, I reversed, I went, got the blue bin out, and it wasn't windy enough to blow it over, and I put the blue bin out this morning, so we will have an empty blue bin. So I felt very responsible this morning. Hey dear. Yeah, we were debating about putting it out last night and decided just to leave it where it is because nearby it's like an alleyway, so the wind just sort of catches everything going down it, and 2 of our neighbours' bins had blown over, and I thought, seeing as the recycling one is full, the last thing you want is everything going everywhere, so we just left it. But this morning I managed to put it out, so hopefully we've got an empty bin. Sorry. Very, very, none of you needed to know that, but yeah. Anyway. AL, good morning everyone watching from Manchester. Good morning, welcome to the live stream. It's lovely to have you with us. She's got his well trained eye. No, just when I walked out the door and saw it wasn't as windy, I thought, oh, I might as well just quickly put it out, and that way at least it's done. Because it's been quite full as well. We had a couple of boxes and stuff to stick it in, so it's all flat packed, of course, but it's getting a bit full. Jet 2 is taxiing. We've got an aircraft on the move. And soon we're going to have some arrivals. We've got 3 arrivals coming in very shortly, folks, so exciting times. David Bowen, good morning from a sunny, calm and generally unwindy Aberdeen. Good morning, mate. Lovely to have you with us. Aberdeen had some quite exciting weather yesterday. I noticed one of the Loganairs, the Loganair Embraer 145s, ended up diverting to Inverness. It was so windy. That's the Jet 2 just taxiing along to runway 25. Just going to quickly get a new autofocus point. You can see the wind rocking the end of the wingtip there. It's, still a little bit blustery. Well, the Air France isn't too far away. It's just about to come into land, followed closely by the King Air and also the Loganair as well. Fantastic. John, good morning. It's just a field next to Capital Parkway. It's, if you look on Google Maps, there should be a Google pin there. So yeah, great to have you on the live stream, though, mate. And Joyce Stewart, just discovered your live stream. Hello from Northern Ireland. Oh, no worries, no bother. Hopefully that helps. It is a great airport. It is a great airport. It's unfortunately, I was just saying earlier on though, we usually accept quite a few diversions, likes of yesterday when the weather's bad. But at the moment, Newcastle Airport, for whatever reason, is not accepting diversions between 10:30 at night and 5:45 in the morning. So yeah, it's a bit of a pain. David, BA diverted an A320 to Inverness to in the night, stopping A320. All right, really? Wow, oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because I saw that Neo. It was Golf Tango. It was one of the new A321 Neos, Golf Tango November Echo Bravo or Echo Charlie, I think. I saw that on Flight Radar last night because it was running about an hour and a half late or something like that. Yeah, that's interesting. It's very interesting. Weather yesterday was just horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous. And yet it didn't, to be honest, it didn't actually impact the northeast that badly until later on in the day. It was well later on before it started having an impact. But because it was a bit like it is now, because it was pretty much a direct headwind, it didn't cause us too much disruption compared to likes of Edinburgh and Glasgow. So yeah, overall not too bad. And Ian Leaveseek, I'm doing very well, thank you, mate. Thank you for that. You won't believe us, Ian, but just about, oh, I don't know, maybe 20-30 minutes ago, we had 1,000 people tuned in, which is crazy. It's lovely to have each and every one of you all tuned in. It's really, really made my day. And we've got plenty of more movements to see, so stay tuned. That's the Jet 2 just lining up on runway 25 now. Nicole, good morning from Scotland. Doing very well, thank you. Hope you're keeping well. Lovely to have you on the live stream. Welcome on board. Rookie, rain to the west of Concert. You might catch the edge of it as it heads east. Thanks for that, mate. We have just had a little bit of a heavy shower there, but if the showers stay as light as that, I'll be very happy because, you know, at least you're not going to get soaked. So yeah, hopefully they just stay nice and light like that. The little 170 just went right over your hoose. Nice. Yes, it is. It's very cool this morning. Although I will maintain it. I've been out here filming when it's been colder, so and I've got a flask of tea, so I'm not complaining. Robert Hadfield, Bob, good morning, mate. Lovely to have you with us. Hope you're keeping well, mate. Right, here goes the Jet 2 737-800. The Air France has just called up, so the Air France is about to land. Right, Ryanair is just about ready for push and start, and the Air France is on final approach. Wooden Aviation back active on flight radar to Belfast, brilliant. I can see it's got its beacon light on Ferry Hill, so he shouldn't be too long and going. I just need to change modes. That one. Enter. Force. Right, so that's the Ryanair about to push back. And Becca, if you have a look on Google Maps, there's a little field just along from Callerton Parkway. It's just along from there, and if you also look a bit further up the other side of the road, there's also a Google pin location for another spot. So there's a couple of different spots. One's higher up, the other one's closer. But if you have a look, it's on there. Karen, hello, welcome to the live stream from South Africa. Welcome. Orion Airways, there's a classic one. There is a classic one. Here comes the Air France, all the way from Paris, Charles de Gaulle. Chris, good morning, mate. Welcome on board. Lovely to have you with us. Right, this is the Air France coming in, first of 3 arrivals in fairly quick succession. See what the wind on the approach is doing. Ryanair has just called up for push and start, so he'll be going in a moment. Surface wind 270 degrees, 21, gusting 32 knots, Ian. Thank you very much, mate. Right, Air France is wiggling. Beautiful. Very nicely done. Very, very nicely done. I love the little Embraer 170. The Air France livery on it is so cool. Oh, the Air France has been instructed to taxi to the end. Happy days. Alright, so we get a nice shot of this. Let's go to autofocus. Get AC down to hold the tripod steady. I think even he'd have a job in conditions like this, mate. Oh, man. Ah, that's nice. Nice to get one vacating at the end of the runway. Oh, we've got, I think the Woodgate Aviation is just on final now. Air France is just there, and the Ryanair is pushing back. Ishan, hello, welcome from India. Great to have you on board. Kai, hello from Lower Saxony in Germany. Good morning, welcome on board. Lovely to have you with us. Sam Thurloway, 2 weeks ago, 2 of your family members were in Dubai. Nice one, nice one. Right, just going to quickly manual focus. Right, pan back to the approach, and we've got another arrival. Oh no, it's the Loganair. The Loganair's beat the King Air. Here comes the Loganair. It's running about an hour late at the moment. It's 20 degrees off to the right of the centre line, Bob. So 20 degrees, just slightly off. Not a massive crosswind, but windy. Very, very nice. I think the Loganair is going to vacate at the end of the runway as well, because that Ryanair is still blocking the exit. And Ron, good morning. Watching from the Luton Airport area. Nice one. Great to have you on the live stream. Tony McCall, good morning, mate. Not too bad at all, thank you. Hope you're keeping well as well, mate. So, Loganair's taxiing all the way at the end of the runway. Oh, he's powering off, dear me. That Loganair's in a hurry. We've got a Learjet 45 just backtracking down the runway now, folks, as well. Yeah, so we've got Learjet 45 just backtracking down, so we'll get that departing in just a second. Went out to Paris on that one. Foxtrot Hotel Bravo Extra Bravo, Nicholas. Nice one, mate. Me and my good mate Daniel Sander, we flew on Loganair's, not Loganair, sorry, Flybe's Embraer 175 a few years ago from Doncaster, before the airport was closed. Flew Doncaster to Paris Charles de Gaulle, and then we flew with Air France on an A318 from Paris Charles de Gaulle to Edinburgh. So that was really cool. Right, I'm just going to pan back to the runway because we've got the King Air on final and we've still got the Learjet backtracking. So, right, so the Learjet has just vacated over there at Charlie. You can see the windsock there, it's still very windy. And then we've got the King Air. King Air is just there. There it is. On final approach. Saying that the King Air's ground speed's very, very low because of this wind, so it's going to take a little bit longer. The other storms forecast for tonight, Sam, yeah, I saw that. It's going to be a fun one to watch on flight radar again. Yes, sir, it's amazing the support. Dragonfly 12 kilo. Nice. That's the one. 400. Oh, thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. So that sound you can hear, folks, is just the sound of the metro line, which is behind here. It's a little bit noisy going back and forth between the airport and the city centre, but it's not too bad. Morning, loving the coverage. What are those bollard structures on the side? Oh, those ones. I think you're on about the ILS. I think that's the ILS equipment you're on about. Right, here comes the King Air. Nicely done. Very, very nicely done. So that's our 3 arrivals. That's the Air France in, the Logan Air in, and now the King Air as well. So the next arrival is going to be the Emirates Boeing 777, which won't be too long to go now. Another 30 or 40 minutes. And again, if you haven't seen the Emirates land here at Newcastle before, then please do stay tuned, because it's really cool to see. King Air is still on the runway, and we've got Learjet 45 just lining up behind, ready to go. Big Lad 777 mark is just off the Norfolk coast. Thank you very much. Got Ryanair 737-800 taxiing along to the end of the runway, and shortly we're going to have a British Airways heading along there as well. We're going to have a British Airways A320, so that'll be cool. It's the King Air just vacating. Oh, Tony, flight radar was crazy last night. I tell you what, I didn't get off flight radar until about 1:30 this morning. It was just, you know, every diversion in every aircraft that was going here or there or wherever. It was just fantastic to see. We've got another, we've got Golf November, India Alpha Alpha, Woodgate Aviation King Air, that's just holding short of the runway. And we've got this Learjet 45, which is lined up ready to go. And then we'll have the Ryanair, which is just taxiing to the runway now. So we've got about 3 departures in quick succession. There goes the Learjet. He's up nice and early. Very, very nice. Right, the Ryanair is just about to line up on runway 25. And Nicholas as well, thank you so much for that support, mate. Really, really appreciate it. And everyone who's subscribed to the channel or liked the live stream, and all of your support on the live streams, really, really appreciate it. Thank you all so much. Climb rate on the Learjet, yep, it's up like a rocket. Ryanair lined up. TUI last night tried at Glasgow, then Prestwick, then down to Manchester. Yes, Steve, I was watching that one. It was the TUI 737 MAX, and by the time it landed in Manchester, it had been airborne for about, I think, 7 hours and 30 minutes or something like that. I felt so sorry for the crew because they tried to land in Glasgow, as you're saying. They couldn't make that work. They couldn't make Prestwick work, and it was such a shame, because if Newcastle had been accepting diversions, in all likelihood they would have diverted here because the wind was within limits. It was such a shame, such a shame. Yep, and then squawked 7700. There was, I think, 3 or 4 7700s squawked yesterday, all due to fuel. You know, you don't see that every day. Well, not in the UK anyway. Gary, last night flight radar kept you up till 2 AM. Flights were being diverted everywhere in Dublin and Glasgow. Oh, it was really exciting. Really exciting. Disruptive for the passengers, obviously, but it was cool to see what was happening in the air. Owen, good morning. Watching all the way from Ponteland. Hey, great to have you on the stream, man. Here goes the Ryanair. Folks, I just need to bear with me 1 second, because one of the bits of the tripod has just come loose slightly. There we go. Is it sorted? Alright. Hand over to the EasyJet. You can see the departures, one from your window and then another from the stream. That's cool. Right, that's the EasyJet. EasyJet's just getting some services over to it, but it's not meant to depart until I think nearly 2 o'clock, so it's still got a little while to go. Yes, Tony, I saw there was an EasyJet, I think it was an A319 landed on runway 21, but yeah, it was really good, really good. It shows the importance of having crossover runways. I think places like Belfast and Dublin, all these airports, you know, it just shows the importance of having a crossover runway. But the thing is, land's becoming more and more needed for developing either terminals or maintenance facilities. So yeah, it's really a shame that more airports don't have them. That's the King Air just backtracking down the runway. Don't think they'll need all of the runway, so they'll probably just... Douglas Clark, hello mate. Yeah, even runway 21 was used, yep. It was a shame because at Dublin I saw NOTAM saying that runway 16 and 34 was closed, but then an Aer Lingus tried to conduct an approach onto that runway, and then he went around and nothing else used it, nothing departed from it, nothing landed on it, which is unusual because Dublin is normally pretty good when it comes to crosswind operations, so I wonder if they were doing work on it or something like that. Just seemed unusual for Dublin because they usually get disrupted, yes, but not to that extent. It was really bad yesterday. Yes, it is very unusual. Yeah, very unusual to watch it on the crosswind. I did see a Ryanair doing engine tests there about a year or two ago, but I've never actually seen anything land on that runway. After the EasyJet divert from Edinburgh, KLM got down. Yeah, I know. It's crazy, mate. It's crazy. Here goes the King Air. Oh, look at that. No runway needed at all. Dear me. experts. Yeah, it's always the way, mate. It's always the way. It was the same as someone mentioned about the, you know, about Ryanair and that the other day, yesterday, sorry, about landing in strong winds, and it was laughable actually, because it's like, you know, each crew is trained, but you know, you've got, even if you've had all that training, you've had that experience, you know, if something in your gut just says to you go around, you go around. You don't continue the approach. We've seen it numerous times in so many incidents and accidents where if the crew had just gone around, you know, a whole accident could have been avoided. So yes, you might have to go around, yes, you might have to divert, but you know what, better doing that and everyone being safe than there being an incident, you know. It's, and Colin, hello, welcome to the live stream. And Luciana from Liverpool, welcome to the live stream, great to have you with us. Feel for the passengers, it was an interesting, oh definitely. I felt, do you know, I was so confused last night because Ryanair sent, was it 2 or 3 flights from Dublin and Shannon across to Edinburgh and possibly Glasgow. I think it was Edinburgh mainly. And they ended up, they couldn't land in Edinburgh, so they ended up diverting to Cologne. And in my head, I was so confused because all the aircraft that were going into Dublin last night were landing. So I don't understand why the crew didn't just elect to return to Dublin, because for any passengers, it makes more sense to be back at your point of origin than being in another country having to deal with things from somewhere else. It's just very, very, very strange. Very strange. But, yeah. And Jack, good morning. Welcome to the live stream, mate. Jordan, you and the missus watched the Seville to Edinburgh try to land and ended up diverting to Cologne. Yeah, that was painful. I would have hated to have been a passenger on that. That would have been, oh. Yes, I could say I'd visited Cologne, but not because I wanted to. Yeah, Douglas, that's right. 2-1 has a GPS RNAV approach, that's right, yeah. Nice way to spend the morning. Great to have you and everyone else on board. We've got the Emirates, which is due in very shortly, folks, so if you are sitting there wondering, oh, I wonder what's next, you will know very, very soon. We've got the Emirates due in about 25 minutes, so not long to go. Can't beat the sound of a prop, absolutely. Top Failure, good morning, mate. Great to have you with us. Hope you're keeping well. That's one of the other things, Rookie Scott, you're absolutely right. Because you've got so many aircraft with the likes of the Neo family and the Maxes, the engines are a lot bigger. The split scimitar winglets, I mean, if you consider the difference, you know, you compare the scimitar winglets, you've got a lot less clearance there than you would on, say, a next generation, a 737 engine, one of the older Ryanair ones. So you are limited in crosswinds a little bit more compared to a normal 737. Margins in that are, yes, they're set, but you still have less margin for error. Jet 2 that touched down at Glasgow was congratulated by Tower for being the first aircraft to get down in 2 hours. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. It was quite a day for flying, that's a fact. Aer Lingus arriving at 3:40 from Dublin, Ferryhill. Unfortunately, we won't be here for the Aer Lingus, I'm afraid. Yeah, we'll probably be live till the Emirates depart, and that'll probably do us for today. Yeah, Jack, sorry, yeah, we'll probably be streaming till about 1 o'clock-ish, 1 or 2 o'clock, around about then. Airport capacity, definitely, mate, definitely. With the Ireland flights, it just seemed so weird to divert to another country completely instead of just going back there. It was, yeah, it was interesting. It was very, very windy indeed, mate. We had some strong winds early this morning here at Newcastle, but we haven't actually had that much disruption other than flights coming to the airport being disrupted. But in terms of our own flights, yeah, everything's been pretty much normal, which is good. So yeah, just gonna have a quick look on Flight Radar 24. Let's see what we got. So the Emirates is over Grimsby. He's not too far out now. What else do we have coming in? We've also surface wind here at the moment is 270 degrees, 20 knots, and gusting 31. That's the wind here at Newcastle. Got an Aer Lingus ATR due in from Belfast at 11:31. However, I suspect that may be delayed. We'll wait and see. We've got Ryanair from Lanzarote due in at 11:31, so that's landing in 40 minutes time. And we've got a massive gap in arrivals. So just for context, we've got the Ryanair landing from Lanzarote, that's due in at 11:30. Then we've got the Aer Lingus from Belfast, which should be in between 11:30 and 12. Normally we have a KLM flight come in from Amsterdam. That's been cancelled. The next arrival after that, which is currently delayed anyway because it hasn't even departed Newcastle yet, isn't until 1:40. So there's a massive, nearly 2-hour gap in the movements. So not the greatest, unfortunately. So we'll see how we get on. We've still got some departures though. We've got Air France's Embraer 170. We've got a citation due out at 11:50. The Ryanair's going back out of Lanzarote at 12:05. 12:25 for BA 320. 12:30 for the Aer Lingus. We've got a 737 MAX Tango Uniform Oscar Delta. TUI Airways one. That's the one over there. That's positioning to Exeter at 12:30. So we do have a few departures going out, but sadly not that many arrivals. Like I say, it's just one of them days with cancellations and disruption, sadly. Jack, how's Horsey doing? Horsey's doing absolutely fine, my friend. Horsey's just nice and relaxed, just chilling out here. See, nice happy horse. He's having a nice relaxing morning nap. He was having a little nibble at to see what I had for lunch before, but apart from that, he's been quite placid and just. I think he's pleased to see some humans, to be honest with you, I think. Alan Lee, good morning from Seaton Burn. Alan, great to have you on board as a channel member, mate, and lovely to have you on the live stream. Great to have you with us. Family members on BA 1326, Josh. Fantastic. Well, we should hopefully, we might catch that. Ollie, welcome to the live stream. Great to have you with us. What was the call sign of the one going to Cologne yesterday? It was I think it was Shannon to Edinburgh. I think it was Shannon to Edinburgh and Dublin to Edinburgh, both diverted to Cologne. I think someone in the chat might be able to help you out more than I can. Sorry about that, mate. It was definitely one of those flights. It was one of the ones last night. So if you go in Flight Radar, you should be able to see it on there. White Lake, hello, welcome to the live stream. Great to have you on board. And A330 Aviator, thank you very much for subscribing. It's great to have you. That's true, Mark. That's true. He's I felt so sorry for him the other week when I came down, because the ground was so saturated and it was so wet that I mean, you know, you were nearly knee high in mud. It was just mud, pure mud. That was all it was. Now famous on YouTube. It's the most famous famous horse on a live stream, no doubt. Echo India Hotel November. Thank you very much, Tony McCall. That's the info there for you, mate. Hopefully that helps. FR6761 Jordan and FR2970 Jack. FR3598 was the max. Brilliant. Thank you all very much for providing that info. Hopefully that helps out. Well, I'm going to have another cup of tea, folks, because my hands are cold and I'm getting a little bit of a bad throat at the moment, so a cup of tea is in order. This is why you always bring a flask of tea with you when you go live stream. This is probably one of the most essential things ever, is always bring a thermos flask with you. With either some hot soup, some hot tea or coffee or whatever you prefer, but just as long as it's something hot. Because there's nothing worse than going out filming or taking photographs. When it's wet and windy, it's bad enough, but when you're freezing cold and you've got nothing that you can warm you up, it's even worse. Saying that, I've lost my cup. Where's my cup gone? FR3598 is currently on its way back from Cologne to Edinburgh, Becca. Oh, thank you for that. It's that's handy to know. Handy to know. So that EasyJet there is meant to be departing later on at about, I think it's about 1 o'clock, 1 or 2 o'clock. That's meant to be departing up to Glasgow. We might catch that later on, hopefully. Absolutely, Gary. You've always got to go prepared, mate. You've always got to go prepared. Right, the Emirates is not far at all now. The Emirates has got a direct to the final approach, pretty much, on a heading over the North York Moors. So if you're looking on flight radar 24, he's just over the North York Moors, heading straight for the approach here at Newcastle. So he should be in a little bit earlier, in theory. Yeah, Gary, further on the Gary, further on the flask and butty rolls, I've been spotting at times with people who've not gone prepared, and they've gotten, say, 30 minutes in, and they're like, "Oh, I'm freezing, I need to go," and it's like, "Oh, you didn't come prepared." Oh dear. If only there was such a thing as a self-heating steak bake. Now that would be genius. That would be genius. I think the British Airways is delayed till 10 past. So yeah, he's just the British Airways is just delayed ever so slightly. Oh yeah, I can imagine, Jack. Yeah, I can imagine it. Try it. Sigrid, hello from Germany. Guten Morgen, hello. Nicholas, the plough is reopening. Yes, it's due to reopen before Easter. It's been closed, believe it or not, for nearly 10 years. And it's just been neglected, sadly, but it's been bought by the Running Fox. So they've got the cafe at Shillbottle, and also they've got the one in Felton and a couple other places as well. So they're going to be running it. So it'll be really good. It'll be really, really good. See you soon, DB. Take care of yourself, mate. Great to have you on the live stream. Now the North York Moors is cold. You're right there. You're absolutely right. Do you know? North York Moors is funny. I've only been there a couple of times. I haven't spent that much time there, in all honesty. But the couple of times I did go, it was wet and it was windy. And the last time we went to Whitby, got fish and chips in Whitby, and it was, oh man, it was expensive. I wasn't that impressed, to be honest, for the price of it, for the fish and chips. Very, very expensive. I think the British Airways has just been cleared for push and start. I think it has. You did your recruit troop. Ah, right. Nice. Yeah, it would. That would be fun. Well, the Emirates is not far out at all now, folks. It's let's have a look on flight radar. Emirates is just over Middlesbrough way now. It's at 9,000 feet. Shouldn't be too long at all. So I think the EasyJet, the ones that one that's parked up, let's have a look. So we've got both of them. The A319 that's parked there, the EasyJet, that's due to go out to Edinburgh at 2 o'clock. And the other one is due to go out at 2:30 to Glasgow. Not sure we'll still be here for them, but we'll see how things go. And a good morning to my Auntie Sally from Campbelltown who's watching live, and to the family. Hope you're all keeping well. Hello from a cold and windy northeast. Although saying that, it's not as windy as it was this morning. But I hope you're all doing very lovely to have you on board. unfortunately it's clouded over a little bit, so earlier on we were able to see some of the overhead movements flying across the Atlantic, but I can't see them anymore, sadly. Doesn't look like there's much disruption at other airports. Just having a quick browse on flight radar 24. Oh, that's what I meant to check. Belfast ATR. Dun, 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 dun. Which one is it? That one. Departures to Newcastle. Aircraft info. Golf Charlie Mike Tango. Right, so we should have the ATR, which is due. It's due to depart Belfast any minute now to come across here. So we should have an Aer Lingus ATR coming in about 30 minutes as well. 1984 crumbs, 40 years ago. 777 at Hartlepool. Yes, it's not far away at all. Nicholas, yeah, that's going to be really good. That's going to be really, really good. Just a thought, Flight Radar also has another live feed called Airport Disruption Map. 05 being the max, your location is showing 2.3 Glasgow, 3.2. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Papers this morning saying Ryanair flight from Manchester to Stansted diverted to Budapest with passengers being poorly. Oh dear, that's not good. Not good at all. Saying that, you always find, especially on the day of a storm, or the day after a storm, they're always very, very quick to latch on to news stories and what's going to get the most, views. Especially when you get the passengers that they interview and for their articles, and oh, it was a terrifying experience, and it was this, and it was that, and it was the other. And it's like, you were one of 189 people. Everyone else just walked off the plane and went home. But okay. Ah, dear. It's just along from Carlton Parkway. You'll be able to see where it is on Google Maps. If you look further up, there's a Google pin, actually. If you look a bit further up. So British Airways just ready to go. We'll have another departure moment. Your son's first off's on the 777. Ah, very good. Now that'd be nice if we can catch him on the day. That'd be brilliant. It's a great airport to fly into. Really, really good. 777 on final. Yes, I think I can just about see it. Yep, there it is. Let me just get a manual focus point. Dun, 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 dun. There it is. Hey, Emirates is just on the base leg now for runway 25. My favourite movement of the day to see is the Emirates. Love seeing it. Never get bored of seeing it. Can you mind the hilarious Vatsim we did to Norway? Yeah, Nick, that was absolutely class. I think the live stream's still on as well. It's still in the playlist. Oh, that was classic. It was absolutely classic, mate. There's the Emirates turning in. That was so much fun, especially going right up to the north of Norway, being unable to land and then having to divert. Oh dear. BA 1329 showing on flight radar. Happy days. That's the Emirates just established on the ILS approach for runway 25. They need the pilot you had in June coming back on Shanx 534. 2 hours late from Palma to Newcastle. Getting it down no matter what. Boy, did he. Oh man. That was so disappointing. We flew into, me and my wife, we flew from Edinburgh to Bournemouth, and the wind was gusting at about 30 or 40 knots. It was gusting really strong, and I thought, oh, this is going to be a fun landing. Honestly, it was one of the smoothest landings I've had in ages. And bearing in mind at Bournemouth, you've got a bit of a displaced threshold as well, and it was the landing was so smooth. Here comes the Emirates. That's them on the approach. Should be calling up tower in just a second. I'll never forget when I saw that.
356 miles, 5.5 miles, 25. Newcastle Tower, good morning, Circle 270 knots, Justin, 21 knots, 725, safe line, Newcastle landing, 269. Circle under runway 25, minutes 35.
Wind is gusting 23, I think she just said. Morning, just dropped some friends off at Newcastle, flying out on FR414. Yes. Yeah, we should. Yeah, we'll still be live for that. Yeah, you kind of beat the 777. British Airways is just taxiing along the runway now. Yeah, France is just calling up for clearance. Two 3 gusting 31, that's it.
Turn 1, 2, pushback approved, F16782.
Hey, touchdown! Oh, lovely. Very, very nice touchdown. Sorry about that final part of the filming there, folks. The horse got up and decided that it wanted to drink my cup of tea. So I just had to quickly save my cup of tea. Can't beat the sound of the G90s, so nice. The horse has got, yeah, I think so. There's 2 troughs he has access to. British Airways is just now quite a few birds over there at the 07 end. So we should have the Aer Lingus, which will be taken off from Belfast in just a moment. Ryanair overhead to Manchester. Captain Cycle, we had a Singapore Airlines 777 go over. If you play the live stream back earlier on, we had it, pardon me, go overhead to New York. What a sound that made. Oh, beautiful. You can always tell a 777 when it's going over. Air France is just about to taxi as well, so we've got the British Airways about to line up and we've got the Air France about to taxi, so a couple of good movements to go. Air, which is running late, is just getting clearance as well. They should have already been on their way to Stavanger, but they're still sat here on the tarmac. Air's ready for push and start as well. Brilliant. British Airways has taxied up, but I think he's got a slot delay, so the
you got maybe 2, we are ready to take. GH993 on the Beta 1 runway 25
It's the Air France taxiing along to the runway now. So Logan Air's clear for push and start, Air France is taxiing, and British Airways is holding short of the runway. It's also to do with the wind, because obviously the wind has a big effect on it as well, depending on the aircraft. But, yeah. Oh, look at that. Lovely baby 170. That wind's still strong, as you can see from the windsock there. It's But yeah, a lot of it has to do with the wind and the conditions obviously at the time, but each one is different. All the services are around the 777 now. They're just getting the steps up to the rear of the aircraft, so hopefully it's a nice quick turnaround. They have landed pretty much on time, so I'm hoping that they manage to depart at 1:10 and get out on time. The Emirates has a tendency to go late, which can be a pain at times, but hopefully today it's on time. Right, that's the Air France just taxiing down to Delta 1. Meanwhile, we've got the British Airways A320 to London Heathrow, which is lining up there. That goes out quickly. The Loganair Embraer was clear for pushing. Loganair's just held short because he wanted a straight pushback just because of the wind, so that's just been approved by Tower. This should be a fairly quick takeoff for this British Airways. There we go, that's them up. Gears coming up. Got the Air France that's just about to line up on runway 25 now. Again, I don't expect they'll use much runway, they'll probably be up like a bullet. Echo India, Echo November, Lima on the approach to the airport, Monorail. Thank you. Oh, I forgot about that one. Yeah, Lanzarote, that's it. Echo November Lima. Don't know how I forgot that one. Yeah, it's running 13 minutes early. It's brilliant. So yeah, that's just about to land. We've got Loganair departing very shortly as well. So a couple of departures. Lingus from Belfast. Oh, it's only just pinging on the ground now, so the Aer Lingus ATR, which was due to come in 11:31, is just taxiing along Golf Charlie Mike Tango over at Belfast City Airport. So we will get the ATR landing in it's probably going to be about 45 minutes from now, because they are just taxiing. Air France is just waiting to go, and Loganair is about to taxi. There we go, that's the Air France road. Very nice. Used to cost 20 quid, I think it's gone up to 40 mark. Oh dear. Aye, I wish, if only. Oh dear. Ryanair 414, Stroll land leads from Hawaii 414. Oh yeah, there's the Ryanair from Dublin as well. Oh well, hopefully it might go up here. I doubt it, but you never know. Number 1 tracked on flight radar. Wow. John Kenneth Williams, good morning mate. Yeah, not too bad at all, thanks. £80 for the twin seats on the upper deck of the 380. That's pretty good, Mark. That's pretty good. I think for the experience, as much as anything else, it'll definitely be worth it. Not that I can talk because I know I've flown on the A380, but all the videos I've seen and everything, it looks phenomenal on the upper deck. So sure you'll enjoy it. So Ryanair just called up, fully established on the ILS. So another arrival in just a moment. Gonna finish the rest of my sandwich. Nicholas, what do you call us for spread? Oh no, I'm not sure I want to know. Yep, we've got our next arrival, folks, our next landing, which is, as Modern Rail has just said, Echo India, Echo November Lima. There's Logan Air crew are in a hurry because they are late, they are delayed. They need to pick up as much time as they can. They could depart from Charlie West if they wanted to, depending on the weight. Right, let's have a look. Ryanair, our next arrival. Oh, Tobler Road. Oh, Nicholas, that's terrible, mate. That's terrible. Oh, no. Oh, man. Oh, it'll definitely be worth it, Mark. 100%. Right, here comes the Ryanair. Beautiful. Very nicely done. Very, very nicely done. Just a little bit more flare over the threshold, and oh, that was beautiful. Very, very nicely done. That is Ryanair from Lanzarote. 492 likes, Janet. Oh, wow. It's incredible. Can't believe on the live stream we've had over 1,000 viewers. There's 570 of you all tuned in at the moment, and really cannot thank you all enough for joining the live stream today and subscribing to the channel and liking the live stream. It really means a lot. Oh, nearly 500, wow. Woo. I think they're right. They've just... oh dear. Oh dear. They were given a whole short instruction and then took it as a normal taxi instruction. Echo India, Echo November Lima. Loganair Embraer 145 is nearly at the holding point now, and all of the cleaners are ready to go on board the Emirates to get it ready for the return flight to Dubai. We've got a Jet 2 737-800 pushing back with its beacon lights on. 500 likes, wow! Thank you all so much. Thanks to each and every one of you for hitting that thumbs up. Really appreciate it. Right, Ryanair's just been cleared to stand 1-1. And Loganair is holding short. Jet 2 has just been towed down. Yeah, it's a Ryanair. You can see all the cleaners waiting to get on board the. Can we get a 600 likes, Adam? I never imagined we'd have 500. Dear me, it's amazing. Thank you all so much. Oh, got plenty of time. We've got another good couple hours. That's the Jet 2 just being taxied. I appreciate all your help and support as well, Janet. Thank you all so much, to each and every one of you. Right, Jet 2's just been towed along. We'll quickly pan over to the runway because the Loganair, I think, is either rolling down the runway or about to. The Lanzarote flight departing at about 12:05, and a few other departures as well. Emirates 380 to Glasgow, we're flying in a more. I know it's annoying because there's a few breaks in the cloud, but none of them are big enough for us to zoom in. Whereas earlier on it was nice and clear. Right, here goes the Loganair. Should be a quick rotation. stood on the steps just waiting to go inside the Emirates. Well, I think it's a good opportunity. We've also got a gap in the movements to have another cup of tea. Just gonna have a quick look on flight radar. See what we've got. Yeah, I can see the Emirates is just over to the west of us. We've got US Air Force KC-135, Lufthansa A340, Lufthansa Dreamliner. I keep forgetting they've got Dreamliners. Yeah, got a few good ones. So departures, we've got it's 11:35 right now, folks. Monday, January 22nd. We've got Cessna Citation Apex 110 departing to London Luton. That's departing at 11:50. We've got the Ryanair that just landed, departing back out to Lanzarote at 12:05. We've got a British Airways A320 that's due out at 12:25, however that's now estimating 12:49. We've got an Aer Lingus ATR which is inbound now from Belfast. That should be with us and landing here at Newcastle in, it's showing 44 minutes, 12:20. I anticipate it might get here a little bit before that. So yeah, that's what we've got now. We do have, actually, I've just looked over to the south side, to the aviation ramp, to the Samsung aviation apron even, and one of them already has its beacon light on, so it looks like they're going to be moving. I'm just going to get a focus point off this Emirates, and we'll just quickly pan over and you can see for yourself on the south side. It's got its beacon light over there, Golf Tango Charlie Kilo, and that's meant to be going at 12, but it looks like they're ready to go there now, so they may go a little bit earlier. We've got that on the ground, we've got a Super King Air just parked up at the side there, and then we've got also Golf November Juliet Alpha Charlie. That's due to go out later on toward lunchtime as well. So yeah, that one's already got his that Citation already has his beacon light on, so hopefully we'll get him in just a moment. Al Welsh, thank you very much for that kind comment, mate. It's it's lovely to have everyone tuned in to be able to watch it. It's really, really good. To be honest with you, I'm just pleased at the moment it's not raining, because I anticipate a lot more rain than this. But thankfully, so far, all the showers that have been going over have just been very light. So it hasn't been too bad, thankfully. Well, I'm just going to pour another cup of tea. That Citation has still got his beacon light on, so assuming he'll be going. all the cleaners have boarded the Emirates and are just starting to clean it now. So quick look over there. The Donata catering vehicles are all there and everything's ready to get the aircraft turned around. So the crew of that citation have just been cleared to taxi. So we'll just pan over to the Samsung Aviation apron. So they've just been cleared to taxi. They are running about 20 minutes early. That's it's good for us. An extra movement to see a little bit early. Let's say, despite the wind, you can feel that it's a southwesterly because it's so. I mean, for January, it's so mild. Even though my toes are freezing and my hands are freezing, but it's even compared to normal, it's very, very mild. Golf Tango Tango Charlie Kilo. So this little citation, call sign Apex 110, is flying to Luton. It's a Naljet citation, which was made in January 2018. So it's only 6 years old. This bird. Quite a popular business jet, the citation. So crew just backtracking down the runway now. They'll depart heading to Luton. That was a seagull there. Aer Lingus ATR is just approaching Dumfries, due in 30 minutes time, at 12 minutes past 12. He's making up a little bit of time because he's got a very strong tailwind coming across. Got British Airways A320 coming into land. It was due at 11:40. It's now descending into Newcastle, shuttle 1-2 hotel. It's an Airbus A320 Golf Echo Uniform Hotel. It's just north of Leeds now, if you see it on Flight Radar 24, and it should be with us in less than 20 minutes, hopefully. So we've got 2 arrivals coming in. Woohoo! Happy days. change the well, the citation isn't using all the runway, he's just taking into section. And Darren, hello from West Berkshire. Welcome to the live stream. Great to have you on board. Right, citation is lined up and ready to go. I don't know why I totally forgot about that British Airways coming in from Heathrow. Totally forgot about it. That's good. We've got 2 arrivals coming in anyway, so it's not too bad. There goes the citation. See how much runway he needs or doesn't need. Oh, look at that. Straight up. Dear me. To the Emirates 777. There it is. Hill, no, Emirates doesn't have a first class lounge. It's just a normal Spire lounge here in Newcastle. They don't have any first class on their any lounge here. No. We're not that privileged, I'm afraid. Maybe one day. Big thank you to everyone who shared the live stream on social media, on Facebook, Twitter and different places. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Titan Airways is operating an Airbus A320 for Logan Air today from the Isle of Man. That's pretty cool. Oh, just to the northeast of Newcastle, there's a Ken Borack Douglas DC-3 that I think I've seen in Calgary. That's cool. 81 years old. That's really cool. Mark Sanderson, yeah, just what you're saying about the Aspire Lounge. They're doing the Aspire Lounge up, but it's still in exactly the same place with the exact same rubbish views overlooking the entrance to gate 3, 1 even. Gate 2 and 1. It's really poor actually, because I thought initially when I saw they were working on it, I thought, oh great, we're going to get a decent lounge with decent views. It's still just going to be the normal views overlooking what there is now. So yeah, it's not worth it. It's really not worth it. And even though they're modernising it to make it look better, it's probably one of the worst lounges in the UK. You know, in terms of views and everything else. But, yeah. So just over to the, if anyone's using Flight Radar 24, if you look to the northwest, there's a Ken Borack Douglas DC-3 that's 81 years old. I believe I've seen this one when I was in Calgary back in October. If there's a gap in the clouds, we might see it, but at the moment it's just one lot of cloud after another lot of cloud, so it's not ideal. But we do have two arrivals coming in very shortly, the Aer Lingus and yeah, we've got the Aer Lingus and the British Airways coming in. Mark Sanderson, no, it's just the Aspire Lounge as far as I'm aware. I think gate 3, yeah, I think it's just the standard Aspire Lounge, that's all there is. Edinburgh British Airways have their own little bit next to one of the gates, but yeah. Don't have first class because they're worried you northeasterners won't understand what the thing boats are. Oh Bob, that's harsh. Robert Hadfield, that's very harsh, even if it is true. British Airways over Durham Ferry Hill, fantastic. Not long to go. It's daft because the terminal, inside the terminal, it would be easy enough to make a decent first class section, or lounge even, but there's no real incentive to do that because there's not a massive amount of those passengers. there is still a BA1. Oh, I stand corrected. Thanks for that, Nick. Ah, you need a credit. You need the credit card to go. Ah, right. Dave, is there still a viewing point up on the roof? No, that's long gone, mate. Long gone. That's been gone 20 plus years now. Yeah, used to be great because you could go up there and watch everything, but no, it's been gone a while now. Well, British Airways is about to turn on the final. I'm really disappointed because this Douglas DC-3 is just passing over, but we can't see it because of the cloud. You might be able to hear it on the live stream though. Keep an ear out. Viewing area at Schiphol is good. Yes, Schiphol is amazing. Virtually every other European airport has a good viewing area or a rooftop spot, but not here in the UK, sadly. Oh, I can hear that DC-3. Hey, British Airways is established. Alright, British Airways is just about to land. What's written on the back stairs? AspireLounges.com. That's what's written on it. Swissport. AspireLounges.com. Right, next arrival is the British Airways. British Airways A320. You can see the wind's still gusting. It's still strong. Not as strong as it was this morning. But yeah. Right, zoom in on the approach. And there's a British Airways. Yes, horse, I know we're waiting for some planes to land, but be patient.
Have a good afternoon, Emirates.
Oh, Emirates already. Emirates is already calling.
Emirates 346, that's hotel. Good afternoon, just coming for the Gurney 1 Yankee or the X-ray? At the moment, the gliding side is not active, so expect to go straight to departure. However, that might change, but likely to wait. PD will be available about 4 o'clock. Thank you very much. Bye.
Flipping heck, the Emirates is already calling up. That's good. That's good. PDC will be available 20 minutes before his slot, so that should be, the Emirates should be getting clearance in around about 30 or 40 minutes. Here comes the British Airways, all the way from London Heathrow. Yeah, Lingus has just turned on the final as well now. That wind's just catching that BA. Chavs, no worries, mate. And a shout out to them on their holiday, mate. Alright, here comes the British Airways. Oh, nicely done. So the way he's pushing that nose forward, he looked quite light. There we go, that's the British Airways down. Very nicely done. The fun one is going to be the Aer Lingus, the ATR. It's going to be a nice one to watch. Chavs, if you're listening to the live stream in the car, I'm sure Sarah and Claire will have a lovely holiday, and we'll be here to film them on live stream very shortly. Their crew have just called up for clearance, so they're cleared to Lanzarote and they should be ready to go push back any moment. So I can see the Aer Lingus on the approach. The Aer Lingus is just established on runway 25 now. Just going to get a manual focus point on the that's a Ryanair to Lanzarote, just getting push and start now. Ferry Hill, yes, we're just going to pan out. So right, zoom in on the approach and catch this Aer Lingus. This Aer Lingus is going to be fun. Unfortunately, after this, we've got a big gap in the arrivals, so the next arrival due after this is nearly 2 o'clock. So all we'll have between now and then is basically a few departures going out, but yeah, very few arrivals, sadly. Looking bumpy on the approach there. Ryanair's pushed back, the Ryanair to Lanzarote's just pushed back now. So we'll be taxiing in a moment. Nicely done, and very, very nicely done. A little bit of a bounce there, just on touchdown, but that was very, very nicely done. Ryanair's just called up for taxi.
Taxi 0 Delta 1 via Delta Bravo 25 minutes 909 hit domestic for our 821 Echo.
That was very nice. 21-mile-an-hour winds in Ponteland. Right, it's still gusting strong. It was meant to die down a little bit, but the wind trends have been revised up for later on today, so should be interesting. You'll see the Ryanair taxiing from your left to right in just a moment, passing the Aer Lingus. And there's the Ryanair just taxiing in. So the Emirates will be going in around about 1 hour from now. The crew have already called up and asked which departure they can expect. So preparations are well underway to get the passengers on board, and hopefully boarding can start very soon. That'll be good. So it's currently 10 past 12. So another hour to go. See the stand guidance just as the Aer Lingus taxis in. he's just called up there, fully ready for departure. Janet, take care of yourself. We'll see you very soon. Thank you so much for being on board this morning into the afternoon. I hope you have a great week. Take care of yourself, Janet. We'll see you soon. Been lovely. That's the Aer Lingus just shut down its engines. Brilliant. So now we'll pan over to the Ryanair that's just about to depart to Lanzarote. Even the aircraft which have been flying to, you know, the likes of Turkey and Tenerife and places, they've not been using that much runway because the wind's so strong anyway, so they've been rotating nice and early. Ryan, to be honest with you, if you just want nice side-on views, that's where I usually go. I usually go at the Dinnington end of the airport. You have there's a seat on the corner near the bus stop. Quite often go there. It's a good spot. It's a really good spot. Or there's the bridle path as well. Just beyond that, there's a public bridleway, and it's great for views and everything along there. It's really good. There we go, Ryanair to Lanzarote, lined up on the runway. I'm sure there was meant to be a there's meant to be a 2E 737 MAX departing to Exeter, but I'm sure there was one meant to be going to Hurghada in Egypt, but I'm not sure if that was a flight radar. If that was a problem on flight radar with them listing that flight, or if it was even supposed to happen, I don't know. Right, that's the Ryanair rolling down the runway now. Yes, I know what you mean, Ryan. It's a lovely bit along there. It's really, really nice. Right, here it goes. Oh, and he's already rotated. Wow, that was early. Fantastic. So that's them airborne. So our next departure is going to be the British Airways or Aer Lingus. I think it's more likely to be the Aer Lingus. Wind is the pilot's best friend, biggest enemy. You're right there. You're right there. Looks like all the cleaners are coming off the Emirates now, so they're making good time and getting it all sorted. We'll have a quick look on flight radar, see what we can expect. Yeah, so we've got a TUI Airways departing to Exeter at 12:40. It's one of the 737 MAXes. And the Hurghada flight that's listed on flight radar. Yeah, I presume it's not happening. It's a pain. Oh well. and the Loganair Embraer that should have been coming in at 1:40 is now delayed. Doesn't look like it's going to come in until 2:30. That's a bit of a shame. Welcome to the live stream. Hello, hello. And James Crook, good afternoon from North Wales. Welcome to the live stream, mate. No, it's not the busiest airport in the world, yeah. It's oh, thank you for that. Thank you for that, mate. It's busier during the summer, and it's even it's quiet during the winter, but it's especially quiet on a day like today, because we've had two cancellations already. So the KLM flight to Amsterdam and also the Ryanair flight to Dublin this morning. Both of those have been cancelled, and as well we've also had the Aer Lingus Dublin flight this morning delayed. So yeah, it just means there's even less movements than normal, which is a shame. But yeah, Nicholas, can you do an ask? Of course you can, mate. Go for it. Well, it looks like they're finishing off on the Emirates 777 now, which is good. So hopefully it won't be too long. And Amanda, hello, watching from Newcastle. Great to have you on board, Amanda. Hope you're having a good day. Looks like a lot of the Swissport services are all done there with the aircraft. Still got the high loader and everything, and the baggage one connected. There's one of the fuel trucks just coming along. We'll have a couple of departures in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Andrew, welcome to the live stream. Not too bad, thank you, mate. Not too bad. Just a little bit of a quiet spell at the moment. We're waiting for two E737 Max to depart, as well as the Aer Lingus and British Airways. And after that, we'll get the Emirates departing as well. So hopefully a few movements to go very soon. Hope you're having a good day though, Andrew. All booked up for Spain, very nice. That's very kind, James. Thank you very much, and appreciate you subscribing. Really appreciate that. What's your favourite food? Favourite food's Italian food every day of the week. Do like a nice spaghetti bolognese or carbonara, lasagna. Ravioli. Oh, just love Italian food. Italian food every time. Favourite subject was geography. Love geography, still love geography. Still amazes me what you can find out. I mean, Google Maps is an amazing thing, and when you can learn about different places and actually in some cases drop down into Street View and see them firsthand. Yeah, I love geography. Emirates has just landed at Glasgow. Nice one. That's United from Edinburgh, just departed from Saturday, where the captain was caught with a firearm in his bag, Tony. Oh dear me. What on earth was he doing with that in his bag? I really don't buy into this whole, oh, they didn't know the rules or anything. They're the pilots, for heaven's sake. There's been about 2 or 3 incidents in the last year, and I'm sure one of them was Delta, and the other 2 were United, and there might have been more. They're just the 2 I can remember. But the captain or first officer was caught with a handgun in his case, and it's like, how on earth why do they think that's okay to take it? And, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, see you later on, Amanda. Take care of yourself. Lovely to have you on the live stream. We've got a King Air about to depart, folks. There's a King Air just started its engines up. He's got his lights on. It's the Woodgate Aviation one that came in earlier. So that's just about to taxi to the runway, and that'll be going very shortly. So yeah, shouldn't be too long. After that, we'll have the Aer Lingus, hopefully. So have a quick browse on Flight Radar, make sure I've not missed any arrivals. Don't think I have, but It's so weird, mate. Like, it was like the whole Alaska Airlines thing with Horizon on the Embraer 175, where the guy who was in the jump seat went to go and pull the fuel levers, and there's just so many. Some of them are mental health problems, but other things they're just so odd. It makes you wonder what goes through the mind. It's just weird. It's really, really weird. Aye. Exactly, Nicholas. It's crazy. It's crazy. Lord Axe, love this stream. Live in Whitley Bay, get good views of the jets. It's fantastic. Do they switch to runway 07 if the wind's from the east? Yes. Yeah. So if the wind's coming in from the east, so it's coming in off the coast, then they'll land they always land into wind, obviously, most of the time. So they'll be landing and departing from this side. So it's quite good from this spot because you see them taxiing right in front of you here and then lining up on the runway. And then obviously with landings you get nice close shots of them landing. Sometimes though, depending on how strong the wind is, so typically if the wind is at say 12 to 15 knots or lower, it is up to the pilots at times to decide which runway they'd like to use if they're given the opportunity to by the control tower. So there've been times where, let's say, when Ryanair used to fly from here to Riga, there were times when the wind was light enough and there was no traffic coming in or going out around the time the Riga flight was going to depart, and the Ryanair crew would call up tower and ask, is it possible to depart from this side, from runway 07? Because what it means for them, they don't have to taxi all the way down to the other end of the runway, then line up, take off, head out west to then turn back east. It means as soon as they depart, they're heading east, straight across the North Sea, straight across to Riga, so it saves time. So yeah, typically when the wind's coming in from the east, so they will be using 07, but it does depend at times. But good question though, good question. Stephen, good afternoon. Other half flies back from Dallas tomorrow. Any delays expected, or will the storm have calmed? There is, Stephen, I'm not sure which airport the other half is meant to be flying into, but there is another storm. I think it's just been named Storm Jacqueline, I think. Begins with a J. But that's just been named for tomorrow, and it is meant to affect the southern half of the UK. So it could cause more disruption at places like London and other places. The frustrating thing is that the time the storm is meant to hit, Newcastle still won't be accepting diversions. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Any private planes coming in and where from? There is. We've had a few business jets, but nothing majorly interesting, nothing out of the ordinary. We've got a Woodgate Aviation King Air, which is just taxiing now. There it is. It's the Woodgate. Oh no, sorry, I'm not sure. I don't think that one is the Woodgate. My apologies. That one is G Megan Golf Mike Echo Golf November. Dallas Fort Worth to Heathrow, then Newcastle. So there is a chance of disruption because, like I say, this next storm is meant to hit further down south, so it could potentially impact Heathrow. We'll find out in the next sort of 24 hours, but it's kind of weird. We've had one very deep area of low pressure swoop in, Storm Isha, and now we've got another one coming in. So yeah, it's interesting. Hopefully she isn't too delayed and gets straight up to Newcastle. Got strong winds all this weekend. Yeah, we do. It's meant to die off a little bit by Friday. And the temperature's meant to go up to 11 degrees, which is crazy. Daniel Mallow, hello mate, how are you doing? Great to have you with us. Got that King Air that's just lining up now. Have we had any diversions? We've had 3 diversions, so we had, but they were all yesterday. We had 3 EasyJets. One of them departed out to Paris Charles de Gaulle last night, and the other 2 are still on the ground here. Both are meant to depart at 2 o'clock and 2:30, so they'll be departing later on. But apart from that, everything here at Newcastle has operated as normal. We haven't even had, I don't even know if we had any go-rounds yesterday or today. It's been very good actually, operational. So yep, all good on the eastern front.
Newcastle Tower, good afternoon. Shuttle 13 Hotel and down 320 with Echo 995, requesting clearance to Heathrow.
That's the shuttle just requesting clearance to London Heathrow, British Airways A320. It's the one we saw land earlier.
Thank you. Shuttle 3 Hotel, clear to Heathrow, runway 25, Gurney 3 X-ray, departure, Squawking 1445, shuttle 3 Hotel.
There we go, that's the British Airways, the shuttle cleared to London Heathrow. Nicholas, yeah, he was absolutely, oh, it was crazy, it was crazy. Dan Harker, I was literally just about to say that Mentor pilot did a fantastic video on that that whole incident, but whoa, what a thing to have to deal with in the cockpit. It's just crazy. But yeah, would not like that at all. But, it's crazy. That's the King Air just lining up now on runway 25. I reckon he'll be up. He'll be up like a rocket. Actually, I was just watching Mentor Pilot's video. Yesterday it was his most recent video on the A320 that had the computer malfunction when they were doing crew training. I think it was the SmartLinks or Avion Express, I think it was. But yeah, that was a scary incident to have to deal with, and the captain, despite losing both engines, managing to get the A320 on the ground. Oh, what happened with that landing gear there? Did anyone else just notice that right landing gear there? That was interesting. Well, that's him just fueling up the Emirates. Rotate, I don't know what. Always think the aeroplane's smooth. Clearance, Clarence. Oh, James, sorry I missed that comment of yours before. Your mum's from Durham, and as a kid you remember making peas pudding. You hated it, but in them days you had to eat what was put in front of you. You see, I absolutely love peas pudding. You cannot beat a ham and peas pudding sandwich. Absolutely delicious. Proper delicacy. Nice thick bit of ham. Healthy serving of peas pudding. Ferry Hill, you noticed it. Yeah, it looked like the landing gear retracted, and then it looked like the right-hand landing gear fell down, which is weird. But yeah. Very, very weird. New storm forecast, Jocelyn, that's it, Jamie Hugh. Orange warning here in Ireland. Yeah. It's interesting, we've only had named storms since 2015. It's interesting. Yeah, Transavia's cancelled. Oh yes, Mark, absolutely. And mustard as well. See, my wife hates mustard on the sandwiches when I put it on. She's not massive keen on it. But I just love a nice smothering of mustard on my ham and then a good chunk of peas pudding. Oh, lovely. Delicious. Daniel Mallow, thank you very much for pointing out the Buzz 737 MAX, mate. Unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be quite delayed because the time in Poland at the moment is 1:38, and it's 1:38. It was supposed to have departed at 12:45 local time in Krakow, but yeah, it's nearly running an hour late. So the time it gets here to Newcastle, it's probably going to be about 3:30. So yeah, Tui due to go to Exeter now. Yes, that shouldn't be too long. Yeah. Heat from the mustard, coolness from the peas pudding. Oh, you're making us hungry now, man. I made a fresh loaf of bread. I left it in the bread maker last night. Got up this morning, had a slice for breakfast before I drove down here. Made a quick cheese sandwich. Oh, got it out of the bread maker this morning. It was nice and warm, put a little bit of butter on it. Melted straight into it. Oh, it was delicious. It's only because I didn't get a loaf of bread when I went to the shop yesterday, but it was, oh, you can't beat fresh bread. You cannot beat it. Yeah, James, you'll have to give it a try, mate. You'll have to give it a try. If you're going for a peas pudding, try and go for like a Durham. You can get, I think it's Durham peas pudding. That's a really good one. There's some that make peas pudding that to me tastes really nasty, even though it's homemade. If that sounds logical, it doesn't have enough salt in it. I don't want to name I don't want to name businesses, but there's a local farm shop near Morpeth who make their own peas pudding, but they do peas pudding and ham in the same container, so the peas pudding's mixed in with the ham, or the ham's mixed in with the peas pudding even. And honestly, it's just, to me it's got no flavour. It's got no flavour at all. And yet the one you can get at Lidl's is only about 59 pence. And it tastes lovely. I think Sainsbury's did one, but I wasn't too impressed with the Sainsbury's one, but Lidl do a really nice one. It's got lots of good taste. But yeah, it's weird. The homemade one, which you'd expect would be the nicest, it actually tasted the worst. It just had literally no salt in. So yeah, if you're going to give it a bash, try and get it from there. Mark Sanderson might have a suggestion as well, and Ferryhill as to where they get theirs from. But it is nice. It is very, very nice. Aer Lingus is just requesting start on stand. Aer Lingus is just being cleared to start its engines. Dickinson's, yes, Dickinson's ham and peas pudding. Definitely, that's a really good one, Nicholas. That's a really good one, mate. Right, Aer Lingus is just starting its engines. Samuel, welcome to the live stream on a train down to London. Nice. Hope you have a good time, mate. Great to have you on the live stream. Daniel, welcome to the live stream. Nice to have you with us. Stephen Douglas, no thanks to the peas pudding. To Savaloy dip. Oh dear. Bowers do a lovely homemade one. Nice, nice. This is clear for push and start. Just having a look on flight radar 24. We've got, sorry, I've just missed the Aer Lingus pushing back there. We've got a EasyJet A320neo coming up from Bristol. This is the one that was supposed to have landed last night, but was cancelled due to the weather. It's running exactly on time, and it's just departing Bristol right now, so hopefully it makes up a bit of time, and it should land here about 1:30. It might be one of the last arrivals that we film this afternoon, so yeah, we'll see if we can get that. Unfortunately, the rest of the movements, a lot of them are running very delayed. The Buzz 737 Max is delayed, the Stavanger flight by Logan is delayed, the only other one is from Aberdeen, which might be the only other one that runs on time. So we'll see how it goes. Is the Emirates boarded now, Mark? No, it's not. It's due to go in 20 minutes. No passengers as of yet. However, they may not. Oh, they're actually. It looks like they're about to push the stairs off. Yes, they are. They're pushing the stairs. So they're just pushing the steps back off the aircraft. They must just use the they must be just using the jet bridge for boarding, which is brilliant. So yeah, I presume boarding's either started or is underway right now. Well, it's one of the two. Aer Lingus is just about taxi now. Yeah, definitely try the Littles one, James. Definitely try it. It's well worth it. We'll be calling the Newcastle, which will be the closest you get. Oh, typical Samuel. Typical, man. Yes, the prop aircraft are always most affected. I used to love filming in storms here when we had the likes of Flybe and Eastern Airways coming back and forward. You used to get such good, you know, movements with those. But the action was really good. Oh, there's a little bit of blue sky right above us right now, and it's just been substituted by a cloud. Typical. Typical. Well, that's good anyway. The steps are off the Emirates and all the other services. The fueling looks like it's completed, so hopefully, let's hope for an on-time departure. This is looking promising. See, no fuel truck. Fuel truck's all gone. There's just the baggage, the high loader and everything at the back. So that's brilliant. Aer Lingus just taxiing there. Yeah, that would have been a lot of fun. This time next year we'll be millionaires. Jonathan's and Nicholas's traditional good old fashioned ham and peas pudding shop. Sounds like a plan, mate. Oh, I don't know if, just a quick question to those of you who do like peas pudding as well. Have you had a toasted ham and peas pudding sandwich? Honestly, if you haven't, it's delicious. Toasted ham and peas pudding. A little bit of butter as well, just as the butter starts to soak through the bread, and then you get a little bit of it on the ham with your mustard and everything. Oh, it's delicious. Really, really nice. Too windy for those steps, yep, I think most likely. It makes more sense to board them. Hopefully it goes out on time. Golf Charlie Charlie Tango. It is indeed. You've flown out of Newcastle on the Emirates and never used the steps. You've done well there, mate. You've done very well. They use the steps most of the time. Quite often see all the passengers running out under the wing. In fact, one of them the last time was getting a right telling off because he was straying right outside of the area, and one of the members of staff had to go and reprimand him and tell him to get back toward the aircraft. But oh dear. Douglas, welcome back, mate. We had a little shower of rain, but the wind has stayed relatively the same. It's not gusting as much as it was earlier, but it's still strong. We've had obviously a few flight cancellations, but apart from that, no, still all the same here. It's not too bad, mate.
34 Quebec, 3
oh!
Echo, Unit 4 Pascal, best clearance, back to Dubai.
Woohoo! The Emirates just called for clearance. Happy days. Hey, Emirates has got clearance. Happy days. Stephen Douglas. It's bad enough cold, why would I want warm slime? Oh, sorry, mate. Frank Travels never heard of peas pudding. Oh, it's lovely. It's lovely. Sorry for corrupting the aviation chatter. Most channels insist on keeping to subject. Oh dear. Good on you, mate. Good on you. It is a very northeast thing though. It's very nice if you like it, and if you don't, there are many alternatives. Buzz expected at 2:49. Yeah, I think he's going to be running a bit later than that. Mainly because he's going to be flying into this headwind. So yeah, pudding chattering. Right, Aer Lingus. I was hoping the Aer Lingus would take Charlie West, but nope, they're using the full length of the runway. EasyJet expected 20 minutes early, 1:29, brilliant. That'll be good to see. I was hoping one or two of those diverted EasyJets that came in yesterday would have maybe gone a little bit earlier, but they're both still sitting there doing nothing, so unfortunately it doesn't look like we're going to have much joy with them. Yeah, exactly, like Marmite and Bovril, yeah. Two things I am... Watch this, everyone's going to tell me they love Marmite and Bovril now, but I just don't particularly like Marmite or Bovril. But, yeah. All down to taste. Right, here goes the Aer Lingus. Oof, wow. That was interesting. Was very interesting. Just like went up and then almost leveled it. That was yeah, very interesting indeed. Yeah, that's exactly what it looked like, Mark. It looked like he was just correcting for obviously with the wind picking him up so quick, but very interesting. Yeah, same here, Bob, same here. Yep. Love pineapple on pizza. Pineapple and ham. Delicious. He did get off very quickly, he did indeed. Marmite on toast with melted cheese. Mmm. Ferry Hill, you like Bovril but not Marmite. Neither are my cup of tea. Yeah, it did. It was just looked very quick for the correction and everything. Very quick indeed, but yeah, not to worry. We'll live to fly another day. So we've got the British Airways to depart. We've also got the TUI 737 MAX 8. That's going to be departing, and soon the Emirates. Oh, what have I started here? Pineapple doesn't belong on a pizza. Sorry, mate. Tony McCall, you're with me, mate. Pineapple on a pizza gets a bad rep. It's really awesome. Totally agree, mate. And includes more than one of your 5 a day. So there we go. Stephen Douglas. To any of you who tuned in for an aviation-based discussion, I do apologise. But you can't beat a good food conversation. Stephen Douglas, animals, all of you with your bees pudding. who's just requested it?
Go ahead.
Hey, that's a Tomjet. Thomson 737 has just been cleared to Exeter. So we're going to get the 737 MAX departing shortly. Tim just requested push and start.
Good afternoon, Shuttle 13 Hotel, Plan 3320 iteration, QNH995, we are fully ready to
British Airways ready for push and start, so that's two push and starts. We've got British Airways and the Tomjet as well. Crispy smoky bacon and peas pudding. Not tried that. That's a very good shout, Mark. The only place anyone should ever find pizza is in a... Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Fruit apart from tomato. Well, that's the thing, you see. A tomato is a fruit, so it belongs on a pizza. It's an inherent part of the pizza. The pilot's saying, I hope no one saw that. Yeah, don't worry, mate. Just 300 plus people watching. Tony McCall looked up peas pudding. I'm glad it hasn't made it north of the border. Mate, you've got to try it. You have to try it. It tastes delicious. It's really, really nice. Hawaiian toast, grilled cheese on bread with a pineapple on top and a cherry in the... Oh, a cherry in the middle. Do you know that sounds really sickly with the cherry, but at the same time it sounds really nice. Mark Sanderson. I'm pleased you added the disclaimer before I have to add it later on YouTube. Any of the food mentioned can be eaten in various aviation environments. However, for the sake of the passengers around you, please don't consume it at 30-odd thousand feet. Oh dear. Downright angry fingers. Bob, I know exactly what you're going to say the next time we're on Discord. Oh man. Oh dear. Almost time to go back to work. Yep. Same here. I'll get the Emirates departing and get the EasyJet landing, and then that's going to be it for today because I've got work this evening. So. Intelligence is knowing tomatoes are a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put tomatoes in a fruit salad. Oh, brilliant. Oh, actually, talking of haggis, I had a very nice, believe it or not, a vegetarian haggis. I've never had vegetarian haggis before, and it was something I was not on top of my list to try, but I tried it and it was actually really nice. Really, really nice. Oh, the EasyJet A320neo that diverted here yesterday has just been prepared. They're getting ready to tow it across. Are they getting ready to tow it across, or are they just getting... Oh no, they might just be getting the ground power unit linked up to it. British Airways has just pushed back, and the Tomjet four nights on, 4 nights off. Pretty good going, that. Pretty good going. So a lot of you will remember in our last live stream, parked on this stand here, we had Jodas A330 that clipped its wingtip the week, well, second week, when was it? 13th or 17th of December, it clipped its wingtip on the pole over there, but yeah. BA's pushed back, and there's the TUI to Exeter, just pushing back there now. Must be either a plane gone tech or diverted down there. It's oh, a little bit of smoke coming out the engine there. Robert Hadfield sees such angry fingers I can't spell fruit now. It's the TUI just ready to go. Oh, British Airways is going first. Right, that's the British Airways, just go. Just zoom out and pan over to the BA. There it is. Golf Echo Uniform Hotel. Aegean, Daniel, I think Aegean starts in May or June. We did have some of the flights to Athens over the Christmas period and New Year period, but I think there was maybe 5 or 6 flights in all that they operated, because the Athens route has proven very popular since they started it. But yeah, it's really good. And Southwind, I think Southwind is April or May, using 737 Maxes in theory, so that'll be good. Yep, James, it's still fairly windy. It's not as windy as it was this morning. When I came here first thing about 8 o'clock, it was very, very windy, but it's still gusting, but not as bad as it was before. But, yeah. Steve Rogan. I thought it was quite nice. Especially, I'd never really wanted to try it, but actually, it was okay. Really, really nice. Nicholas Wallace eats peas pudding with a teaspoon for a meal. To be fair, she'd live on tofu and nuts. Oh, bless her. Oh, dear. Well, there's nothing wrong with it. It's healthy. So, we've got 2 departures in progress. First off is British Airways, with it's on its way to runway 25, and the second is TUI's 737 MAX 8, which is flying down to Exeter. So those 2 are en route. We'll just pan over to the TUI, as they're just heading out now. So on flight radar, it said there was one of our based Maxes was supposed to be flying to Egypt this morning, but it hasn't left, and it wasn't on the Newcastle Airport departures board. So I'm presuming it was just a flight radar error on their side with the flight side, but not to worry. Mark Sanderson, you do calculate takeoff speed. One of the things that you do have is it asks the oh man, not the angle of the runway, but it's how would you describe it? In your takeoff performance calculations, one of the parts is the runway slope. That's it, the percentage of slope. So it might be 0.2%, 0.4%, but you would include that, and then it would give you, you know, extra performance, etc. if needs be. But it is part of it. Potholes and that don't necessarily count, but the actual, yeah, if there is a steep enough slope, then yes, it will be taken into account for the calculations. British Airways clear for takeoff, and the TUI is taxiing in that beautiful sunlight. It's lovely. John's Box, hello, greetings from Poland. Dzień dobry, hello. Is the TUI to Exeter a charter? It is, yes. It's just a, well, it's not even a charter. It's a positioning flight. I'm assuming that one of the planes has a technical problem in Exeter, which is why they're taking our 737 today. So, yeah, it's a positioning flight. Right, we'll just pan over to the British Airways. British Airways is lined up and ready to go. There we go. Wind's just picking up again. I reckon this A320 will be up like a rocket as well. Everything's going really quickly into the air. Fantastic. The Emirates looks like it's nearly ready for push and start. The Emirates should be going very soon. And the TUI 737 MAX. This will be an empty 737, so it's going to go up really quickly. James Crook, Anglesey was bad, and the Great Ormond did no record speeds of 124 mile an hour last night. Dear me. That's good. That's good. You were shielded, though. That's the main thing. It's like whenever we get a storm coming off the Atlantic here on the East Coast, we always get the dregs of it. It's the West Coast that gets the thick of it. The worst we ever had was Arwen, and Arwen was unusual because it drifted in off the North Sea from Norway, and then it sort of swooped all the way down to the northeast coast. And it kept developing. The isobars kept deepening, and it was very unusual. You never really see that coming off the northeast coast, which is why Arwen was so destructive. But yeah, typically when they're coming in off the west coast, we don't really get much. Daniel, do we have a base TUI 787 now? No, we don't. And interestingly, I mean, there was talks of us having one for this summer, but it looks less likely as TUI seems to be using the 737 MAX 8 on the Cape Verde route. So I'm not sure if we'll see any based here this year. We'll see. Right, that's the TUI rolling down the runway. Let's see how little runway he needs. V1, rotate. Look at that. Very nice. Very quick climb as well. That was very smooth, it was lovely. Okay, next one to go is going to be the Big Bird. Good old Emirates. Will TUI send a plane up here in exchange at some point? I think we'll probably end up getting that MAX back, because TUI tend to operate them as and when, depending on what flights they have scheduled for the day. Looks like the Exeter-based 737 is tech, and this is picking up the slack to Gran Canaria. Tony, thank you for that, mate. That makes a lot of sense. Mark Sanderson, yes, it's that bit in the FMC. Yeah, it's. I don't have the proper performance calculating tools and everything for it. It's 600 likes, wow, that's absolutely incredible. We had earlier this morning, we had an average of about 1,000 people tuning in, 900 to 1,000 at one point when the winds were really bad. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you all so much for your support today. Emirates is late. Crumbs, it's 1:15. I don't know why, I thought it was still 12. Oh well. Yeah, so the Emirates is just running a few minutes late. We do have the other EasyJet coming in from Bristol in a moment. So a quick look on flight radar. Oh yeah, that the other Logan from Stavanger is delayed. It still hasn't even departed. It hasn't even departed Stavanger yet, oh dear. 1:33 for this EasyJet from Bristol. I think that's probably going to be our last arrival, unless the last arrival will either be the EasyJet or the Jet 2 from Malaga. All I've got is a whole load of notifications saying yellow warning, amber warning, yellow warning, amber warning. Dear me. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy how many warnings are out at the moment. Time was Emirates was due about 1:10 but I think they'll just be taking the jet bridge off now. They've got clearance, so hopefully they should get push and start in just a minute. I think we'll get Saudi as an airline this summer. I don't see it happening, no. Saudi have gone to Birmingham, which is a shame, because if they were going to start a route to Newcastle, then would have been the opportune time to, but no, I don't see it happening, sadly. 100 days exactly till you're on the Big Bird there, Mark. Happy days, mate. Not long to go. Yeah, I can hear that Lufthansa A340 overhead, but sadly can't see it. Oh, yeah. Emirates is getting push and start. Happy days.
Push and start approved, Emirates 34 Connect.
Yay, Emirates is clear for push and start. Happy days. Well folks, we're getting toward the end of the live stream. We'll be catching the Emirates departing, EasyJet landing. I think that's going to be it for today. But again, I just cannot thank everyone enough for all of your support today. It's been phenomenal. It's so good. And would you credit it, the sunshine's just come out as well for the Emirates. It's the beacon light on. And there we go. That's the Emirates moving. Thank you very much, Farang. It's been great having everyone on board since early this morning. It's been really good. You're welcome, Stephen. It's been Steve. Sorry, it's been great. It's been really good. Clarence for Emirates. Thank you very much, very ill. Thank you, mate. Hopefully, try and do another one in the next week or so. We'll see how things go. Thing is, I was meant to be doing window cleaning today, but just with the wind and everything, it's not been possible. But we'll try in another couple of days. But we'll see how bad the storm is tomorrow, because there is the potential could get some diversions in during the day. But we'll see how things go. That's the number 2 engine on the Emirates just getting started there. Look at that. Look at the marshal, the dispatcher, just, you know, in comparison the size to it, it's just what a beast. It's amazing, the 777. You do, yeah. You get a perspective. It's no, it's definitely not a turboprop. Definitely a jet. Turbo fan. Emirates 10-seat configuration. Oof. Yeah. Because am I right in saying the economy in Emirates, the economy section is 343 for rank travels? I think I'm right in saying that. Same configuration. WestJet have their Dreamliners in. There we go. That's the Emirates pushed. Flight control check and taxi clearance. There we go. Left, right. The G9X has a lower thrust rate than the G90. Interesting. Very interesting. If we ever see one here at Newcastle, the way things are going, it is mad. I was looking on Google Maps the other day and you see all of the 777Xs that have been produced that are all just sitting there with no engines, no nothing. A program that... Oh. Emirates just requested a taxi.
Now 909 and 996 hectopascal, taxi Delta 1, runway 25 via Delta 3, Emirates 34 for that.
The Emirates clear for taxi to Delta 1. Well, Delta 3. And Ayrton, good afternoon from Stockton-on-Tees. Welcome to the live stream. Great to have you with us. Steve Walton, economy's 343, business is 232. Oh, that's interesting. Very interesting. Nicholas, thank you so much for that, mate. Thanks for the effort, mate. Beers in the spring, what a great day. Oh, you're more than welcome, mate. It's been fantastic to have you and everyone else on board. Really, really appreciate your generosity, mate. Thank you so much for that. I say we'll organise something, get together one day, that'd be brilliant. G90's been in service for 29 years. It's crazy, mate. It's absolutely crazy. And it's such a, you know, it's like the CFM 56. It's such a proven and reliable engine as well. When there are issues with it, it really, they're sort of amplified by the fact that, you know, failures are so rare. That's how reliable they are. They're brilliant aircraft. But Nicky Luke Ross, thank you so much again, mate. Really, really appreciate your support. And everyone on the channel, thank you so much. That's the Emirates taxiing along now. Not forgetting the 3 rows of twin seats at the back. Ah. I presume that'll be right at the aft section round about there where the door is. I presume so. Oh, James Crook, thank you so much for your kindness, mate. That's really, really appreciated. Thank you both so much. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Emirates nearly halfway down taxiway Delta. Oh, you're more than welcome, mate. You're more than welcome. And advice on the cultural foods of the northeast. Oh, my pleasure, mate. It's always nice when you get a bit of conversation back and forward from everyone in the chat. It's what I really enjoy about doing the live streams, is getting a good bit of conversation out of everyone with the chat and everything. It's really makes it enjoyable. I'm just putting myself in you, the viewer's seat, but I was tuned, you know, not saying where or when or whatever, but I was tuned into a live stream last week, and I was part of the live comments section, and the streamer who had a lot of views, he was getting loads and loads of good questions and comments and whatnot. Didn't acknowledge any of them, and I just found it a bit strange, because I was looking at everyone's questions thinking, oh, that, you know, that's a good comment, that's a good point. And it's really nice when you all chip in and we get a good bit of conversation going. It just makes the live stream really enjoyable. So thank you the viewer so much for tuning in, and even if you're not commenting, if you're just sat there enjoying it and watching it, really genuinely appreciate it. So thank you so much. And Robert, you're more than welcome, mate. You're more than welcome. JW off to Little to get a tenner's worth of peas pudding after this. Oh man. Maybe not today, maybe next week. I've got to go to work for the rest of the day. Oh dear. You hear the Newcastle and Sunderland metro trains are almost 44 yet? Yes, Ayrton, they are. But they are being replaced by new trains that are built in Switzerland, I think. I think they've been built in Switzerland. Name and shame, no. Be thankful JW didn't start going on about deep fried Mars bars and that. Actually, Bob, we'll do that next time. We'll go on a culinary discovery of the North East sweet delicacies. Not just the North East, we'll include Scotland as well. Right, that is the Emirates, clear for takeoff, runway 25. And I think we've got the, let's have a look, we've got the the EasyJet A320neo is just on final approach, so we'll get the Emirates departing, the EasyJet landing, and that is going to be us for today. Oh. Stadler class 555s are replacing the 80s metros. Right, interesting. I saw on Facebook the pictures of the first new ones. They look really good. Right, here comes the Emirates. Angling his way into the wind, and then power. Here we go. Very nice. And now we've got the EasyJet A320 on final. So it's just coming in now. Right, we'll just pan over to the approach and get our last movement of the day. They've taken the taken the steps up to that EasyJet that's supposed to be going back, but no more movement other than that, I'm afraid. Can we only famous for cheese on toast? That's well, and there's other Welsh delicacies as well, you know. Give me a day to Google a couple, I'm sure I'll come up with them. No, that's the thing, John. It's all part and parcel of having the conversation, and I love it when people comment things and point out things or ask questions. I think it's really interesting. It's really interesting, and makes it enjoyable for me as much as it does for you, the viewer. So it's great for everyone. Oh, I know, Mark, that slow turn onto the runway, it's like, and then power. Oh, it's brilliant. I appreciate that, Mark. Thank you very much, mate. Thank you. I do try, but what I always try and do as well is I go back through the comments as well, just to make sure I haven't missed any, because I don't like it if I miss any. Right, here's the EasyJet. Oh dear. Great shot of the hawthorn too. You know, I've got to get a little bit of greenery in there. A little bit of the landscape. So this is the EasyJet flight that was supposed to come in at 8 o'clock yesterday from Bristol, but due to the storm it was cancelled, and now this is it arriving here into Newcastle. Nicely done. Very, very nicely done. So that is one of the NEOs, Golf Uniform Zulu Hotel X-Ray, one of the Bristol based ones. Cheese on toast with hot pepperoni. See, I do like pepperoni, Mark, but it always gives us a bad stomach. There we go, that's a Neo down. James, I do it by adding that. Oh dear. There's a theme developing here. Oh man. So Ranger just having a quick look at the runway. Well folks, we're drawing to the end of our stream. Nicholas, thank you so much, man, for all your support, mate. I'll have a look at that video you sent us. I'll take a look at it later on. That'll be brilliant. Thank you to each and every one of you who's tuned in this morning, or if you've been on since this morning all the way through. I really, really do appreciate it. Had some phenomenal support. Like I say, we'll try and get live again soon. If you stay tuned on the live side of the channel, I do try and schedule these live streams a few hours in advance, usually the night before or the day before, depending how much notice, but I usually try and give at least a few hours notice. So hopefully next time you'll be updated and know when we're going live again. Stephen Douglas, sorry, you're more than welcome, mate. It's been great to have you on board and everyone as well. It's been great. Thank you so much for tuning in. Oh, Jay McHugh, that's one end that's stream on. Worcestershire. So that's a good one. What time is it? 1:37. Becca Louise, you're welcome. Thank you very much for tuning in and watching. There will be repercussions. Very good, Bob. Very good. Oh dear. There we go. And that is the EasyJet down on stand. Let's just see how far out. How far out is the... Well, just like that, it started raining. Unbelievable. Ah well folks, that is going to be it for today, I'm afraid. I was going to see how far the Jet 2 is away, but yeah, that's going to be it for today. Bureta, look, I enjoyed the stream, you're more than welcome. Thank you very much for tuning in, it's been great. Well folks, that is going to be it, and yeah, great to have you on board as well, James. Take care of yourself, and Nicholas and Ferry Hill Train Spotter, everyone, thank you so much for watching. That's it from here at Newcastle International Airport. We've still got a few aircraft to go. It looks like the crew will soon be going on board that EasyJet A320neo, which will be positioning up to Edinburgh or go, I think it might be Glasgow actually. But yeah, that's it from here at Newcastle. It's been a great day. We've caught quite a few good movements anyway. Unfortunately a few cancellations, but overall it's not been bad at all. Anyway folks, really appreciate you all tuning in, and hope you enjoyed the content, and we'll catch you in the next live stream whenever that is. Enjoy the rest of your week, whatever you get up to. Stay safe, as we do have another storm which is scheduled for tonight and due to come tomorrow. Robert, take care of yourself, mate. I'll probably catch up with you on Discord soon. Thank you all so much again for watching from here at Newcastle International Airport. Enjoy the rest of your week, folks, and we'll see you soon. Take care. Bye bye.